The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The title's up for grabs at the Super Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Challenger Javokhir Sindarov is surging, taking down another leader to jump into striking distance of first place. Co-leaders faced off for a chance to pull away, but a draw left the doors wide open with one round remaining. There's a crowd of contenders at the top. Will a champion emerge, or are playoffs inevitable? Day 9 of action-packed chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to the final day here at the Superbet Classic held in Bucharest, Romania. It's been an absolutely fantastic event so far, and the stage is set for the final showdown. Will it be Vincent Keymer? Will it be Fabiano Caruana? Or perhaps the challenger for the world crown, Javokhir Sindarov? Only time will tell. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser, Peter, and Nazi.
Feast your eyes on these shots of the wonderful springtime in full bloom, for you shall not see them again for a while, as we travel to the Romanian capital for one final time to witness the thrilling conclusion of the Super Chess Classic Bucharest. Final round starts right now. With 5 players still very much in contention for the top prize, this promises to be an unmissable day of high-octane chess. Welcome to our show in the very early morning St. Louis.
Hello everyone and welcome to our final show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with the one and only Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi is wonderful. Lasta.
I can't believe it has come to an end.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello everyone and welcome to the championship round, the final round of what promises to be the most thrilling round. Who's going to win the tournament? Well, we don't know. One thing we know for sure, Alireza unfortunately had to withdraw after 5 rounds of play, and that meant that his past results, that is to say the 5 games that he played, count towards the tournament standings, whereas in his remaining 4 rounds, Firouzja's opponents all were awarded a full point, which means our standings were impacted.
Absolutely. Let's have a look. Going into the last round, we have a tie for first. It's between Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keymer. But there are 3 other players who have a chance to win this whole event. They're only half point behind the leaders: Javokhir Sindarov, Wesley and Jorden van Foreest.
Fantastic. And our format for the Super Chess Classic?
It's a 10-player round-robin event with classical time control. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and they get 1 point for a win, half for a draw, and 0 for loss.
Well, there's nothing left inside the schedule, but there is one important
reminder to everyone. Today we start 2 hours early because of possible playoffs.
Exactly.
After the final round, if there is no clear winner, they will start playoffs right away.
And tell us what the playoff format would entail in case.
In case there are 2 players tied for first, they'll play a 2-game rapid match. Time control will be 10 minutes with a 5-second increment. If it's still tie after that, they'll play a 1 Armageddon game. If more than 2 players are tied for first, it will be a blitz round robin with time control 5+2. And if they're still tied, an Armageddon will decide the champion.
Oh my goodness. And Peter, with so many players bunched at the top, feels like playoffs are in the air.
It does feel quite likely, and we were told that the likelihood is definitely above 50%, might be even somewhat higher. But let's take a look at the standings yet again and talk about some possibilities. And there we have it. Fabi and Vincent currently on top. Vincent was running away with it a little bit, but then lost that painful game to Javokhir Sindarov in round 7 and is now tied at the top with Fabi. And then we have 3 players just half a point behind Javokhir Sindarov, who won 2 in a row to get here: Wesley and Jorden van Foreest. And of our top 5 players, 4 of them are playing each other. Which is making for a very, very exciting final round. Let's begin with one of those matchups. Vincent has white today, finally. He actually played 3 games in a row with black because of the missing game against Alireza. And now he finally gets to play white again. He has a very good score with the white pieces in this tournament, but not a very good score up to today against specifically Jorden van Foreest. As you can see there, no wins out of the 7 games they played in classical time control and 3 losses. So a dominant performance so far for the young Dutchman. Very interesting matchup, potentially in progress. And another one, of course, is this classical matchup. They're both stalwarts of the Grand Chess Tour, and they have known each other for ages and ages. Almost 50 classical games in their record. And advantage Fabi, you have to say. 33 draws out of 48, but of the 15 decisive games, it's 2-1 in Fabi's favor, 10 wins and 5 losses for Fabi. So both players playing black today in those matchups have a much better statistical record. But there's plenty of other very interesting pairings to talk to, and with that we go to our Romanian studio with Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thank you, Peter, and welcome back, chess fans, to the final championship round here in Bucharest, Romania. The stage is set, and there's so many storylines still possible going into the final round. But before we get into that, I want to know, who were the past winners of this event?
Yeah, it's always useful to check the history of the event, because actually we have the winners in this tournament. Fabiano Caruana managed to win the Romanian GCT event twice, back-to-back in 24 and 23. And once you've been there, once you know how to handle the tension of the last round, how to win the tournament, once you've been here at the same place in Bucharest, you actually have some kind of an advantage. You know how to cope with tension, you know what you have to do. And look at who is the winner of 2025. It was Praggnanandhaa. Last year he managed to win the playoffs. And this year, unfortunately, he doesn't have chances to fight for the victory in the tournament, since his draw in the previous round, this battle against MVL, finished in a draw, and Praggnanandhaa doesn't have chances anymore. And also, he lost the game in the 7th round, perhaps a very crucial game against Fabiano Caruana, who actually by himself managed to get to the leadership in this event. Right now, he is tied with Vincent Keymer. So Praggnanandhaa doesn't have chances, but it all depends on Fabiano Caruana and how he's going to play today against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I'm expecting still a big fight, and I think Fabi knows what he is doing, and we will definitely see what is coming.
The fun part about those pairings, those 2 pairings that Peter highlighted, is that every single player in that one wants to win. Jorden wants to win with the black pieces. He's going to take risks. Vincent obviously wants to win. Fabi wants to win. And MVL did not have a great event so far, but will certainly like to win with the white pieces. So there's going to be a lot of fighting chess in that one. Another big matchup that I have my eyes on is the one between Sindarov and Wesley. So both of these players are on +1 right now, and they actually have not met as many times. They don't have a lot of history against each other. As you can see, Wesley, with only 1 game played between the 2 of them, has the upper hand. He did win 1 game, but we know right now Sindarov is riding a very, very high and fast wave, and he's definitely going to try to catch up with the leaders. He does have a chance. He's on +1. If he wins this one and none of the leaders, the 2 leaders, Fabi and Vincent, win their respective games, then he's going to catch up with them and potentially force a tiebreak. So definitely still in with a shout. Sindarov, he's going to try to make the best out of that. A lot of storylines developing here in Bucharest going into the final round. I think it's one of the most exciting classical events here in Bucharest that we've had, with so many players still in contention. We'll be here to give you all the updates throughout the round. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Cristian. Can Sindarov make a hat trick? That would be remarkable indeed. Nazi, do the honors. Tell us the pairings for this thrilling last round. Yeah, for the last time.
These are all the pairings for today. We have Vincent Keymer against Jorden van Foreest, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri playing Praggnanandhaa, and Javokhir Sindarov against Wesley. So exciting matchups. And Bogdan gets a free day today, a forfeit win against Alireza.
For Daniel, that's 2 in a row, by the way. Tell us about the prize money that these players are fighting for, because it's quite substantial.
It is indeed $475,000 total. First place winner takes home $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Huge prize for everybody. And Yasser, share more about that bonus money.
Yeah, it's an innovation this year on the tour. The idea is a pool of $125,000, which will be divided by the total number of wins. So at the end of the tournament, it will be determined what the victors will get for each win. Please note that the forfeits will not count in this calculation. So far, there's been 10 decisive games, so each one of them are worth $12,500. We'll see if there's more divisions.
Let's hope there is more today.
Exactly. As we see this beautiful, beautiful playing hall in the Central Bank of Romania. Players are just taking their seats. One empty table, as already mentioned. Alireza's forfeit loss to Daniel Deac.
By the way, Yasser, we actually already had 11 decisive games. Yesterday we got 2 more.
Bogdan and Jorden versus Sindarov. There
So
were
it's
2.
11.
We're at 11.
Sorry, that was my prediction. So we've already met my prediction. Well, I'm on schedule.
This game's such an important match for Vincent.
Yeah, and I took a brief look, and actually Jorden has beaten Vincent twice this year.
In classical?
In Tata Steel and then in the Prague Masters. In Tata Steel, it was an absolute blowout. That was that strange London where Vincent misplayed it badly and lost in 25 moves.
Okay.
So it's actually not beating them while they're young. It's beating them while they're already 27, 50 and having the best year of their lives. You know, very impressed by Jorden there.
Wow. That's certainly not the measure of one another. By the way, in the MVL versus Fabi matchup, which is obviously veterans and veterans and veterans, I'm trying to think. I know 2 great victories by, first of all, we have Florian.
Florian.
Oh gosh, I'm going to remember his life.
Georgiou.
Many-time Romanian champion, and a very, very artistic way of moving the pieces. I played him many games, actually. Florian Georgiou, yes.
Is he a D4 player? He just played D4.
D4, yeah. He famously beat Bobby Fischer.
Beat Bobby once, yeah. This is how I know him, yeah.
Yeah.
He was in my first ever chess book.
Wow, there you go. I wanted to say, I don't remember, I'm sure it happened, but I just don't remember Fabi winning with the black pieces against MVL. Remember 2 marvelous wins with the white pieces. Famous candidates tournament that lasted a year.
Right?
Remember the Najdorf where he sacrificed a piece? Then he destroyed MVL and Akaro Khan during his win streak in the Sinkville Cup.
Okay, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't remember him winning with black. I'm sure he did. 10 wins. One of them had to be with black pieces.
It'd be quite unusual if you won all the games with white.
And only with white.
Only with white, yes.
Yeah. But it's the wins with white that stood out.
2 key matchups right there. Vincent and Fabi, they hold their fate in their own hands. They are half point ahead of the other players, so if they win...
Interestingly enough, Vincent has the better chances of winning the tournament. Why? If he draws today, he could potentially win the tournament clear first.
Outright, yes.
But Fabi cannot win the tournament outright with a draw.
Not with a draw, yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I believe there were no 1e4 games, and today we have 3. Or
Whoa.
at least there was a recent day where there was not a single 1e4 game.
Okay. By the way, I see Fabi playing a Sicilian, and I see Vincent also, but Bishop B5 check.
Yeah, declining to repeat his Najdorf. I took up your challenge. Fabi definitely beat MVL with black, but maybe only in the 2010s. I found at least 3 in the
2010s.
Between 2016 and 2019, he won a few at least. But
so you have to go back 15
let me check
years?
the recent.
Wow.
That's not classical. That's also not classical. Yeah, seems like it maybe is all from
You know, we had
from
similar
those.
opening in the game Wesley versus MVL, but MVL went bishop d7 after the check. Here we have knight d7.
And then
by
we have
Jorden.
this absolutely mystifying bishop a4 move.
But I do see on our screen that there's over 1,800 games in this position.
With bishop a4.
Yes.
Yeah. Jan Hein Donner, a famous grandmaster from Holland, he would look at that move, bishop b5 to a4, shake his head sadly and say, modern chess. Like,
Not even waiting for
waiting
a6,
for
right?
a6, right?
Doing it on your own.
Well, I guess it's a way of avoiding getting your bishop trapped. If you play
I can try and explain. It's a recent innovation. I mean, not that recent. It's been somewhat established. The idea is, if you wait for a6, you can't go to a4 anymore, right? Because it will get captured. Now, if black plays a6 here, seemingly, what's the difference? You will play c4 then. White generally wants to play c4 in some of these positions, but if you play c4 immediately instead of bishop a4, black will probably save on the move a7, a6, because your bishop on b5 is kind of stuck anyway, and you will probably do something about it without needing to chase it. So we're kind of sidestepping the idea of a7, a6, and preparing to meet it with c4 if it materializes. That's sort of the base level of why we're making this move. After knight f6, it often turns into a gambit, actually, because white will often not even try to protect the pawn on e4. Very often you can castle, wait for black to take, go rook e1, d2, d4, and claim that you have enough compensation. In fact, castles is by far the main move in this position. And this is actually quite dangerous. If you play, let's say, e7, e6 in this position, dc5, dc5, which is kind of naive. I think you're in deep trouble after knight g5, if I remember my theory.
Knight g5, not e5.
I think so. I'm slightly hazy on the details, but I think the no, hang on. That's not here. It's a like different position. e6 runs into d5, of course. That's not. Yeah, d4, d5, and you can't play e5 because knight takes e5 wins on the spot. There's a similar line where you can go after the e6 pawn, but it's not here.
Very nice. d6.
d6, yeah, resigns basically. Bishop a4 is a somewhat serious move these days. I'm a bit surprised an immediate reply is not forthcoming because it is absolutely part of the curriculum, so to speak.
the landscape, yeah.
Yeah.
And Jorden is thinking he's definitely surprised by bishop a4. I'm sure he's seen it before. He's trying to remember the details.
Double checking his files. As Jorden
Let's check in with Fabi.
Exactly recalls his files, let's check in with the other key matchup. Players tied for first. Okay. This is
very excited about this. I know a little bit about this position.
Please tell us.
This is, let me check on my screen what this variation is called. I keep on...
I think it's 4 knights.
Yeah, but it probably goes deeper, right? It should probably say something that...
I think
that is
Peter Leko's name should be attached to
even
this
more
one too.
detailed than simply 4 knights.
Yeah.
But the e5, knight e5, knight e4 is, of course, the main reply to this particular way of trying to play the Sveshnikov. And then queen c7, queen b6 is the main line and the most interesting line for black in terms of achieving some kind of active counterplay. But people used to reply to c2, c4 in this position automatically by playing bishop b4 check. You play bishop b4 check, white goes king e2, there is this very quirky move f7, f5, or perhaps bishop a6 and then f7, f5. And there is a lot of theory starting from this position. This position has been discussed hundreds of times, that there is a lot of very precise theory, which I think these days seems to be leading to draws more than to white's advantage. This move, knight e3, it's always existed, but it used to be considered to not be particularly good. But with modern engines, it turns out that you can play this way. And after queen d3, knight f5, and I like knight f5 here as a choice because I think bishop b4 check is maybe also playable. But knight f5, I think, is a very good indication of what Fabi is about today. This is very risky for black, but it leads to incredibly alien-looking, very double-edged positions where white, as you can see, and the viewers can also see on our screen, just how much the bar dislikes knight e3, knight f5 here. But you can and you should disregard it. This is a position that they probably both know quite well. Yes, you do take significant risks, as I mentioned, but it's not unplayable, and it's very much an indication that Fabi does not want to, quote-unquote boring, quote-unquote correct game today. He wants as messy a position as possible, and this is why I was so happy to see knight e3.
What a treat for us.
Yeah, this is excellent.
And Peter, does white play g4 here?
Yeah.
Right?
You're not obliged to. You can go bishop d2 and castle long as well, which is also, I think, very playable here. But one of the absolute main moves here is g2, g4. The knight goes to d4, where it seems to be in a lot of trouble, but it actually doesn't. No, you can't catch it. Bishop e3 always met by c5, and c4, c5 doesn't work. No, but this is a fantastically messy position. A lot of fun to analyze, and should be a lot of fun to watch as well.
Brilliant.
Wow. I'm just not familiar with knight e3, f5 at all. And the old days, they were doing very different things based on bishop b4 check, and the king, white's king, oftentimes just lost the right to castle.
King on e2,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm looking at this position with the current position of MVL, and somehow the Scotch, the
Reminds
idea
you
of
of
this,
Scotch?
yeah, the opening. Very unbalanced play, but black's knight gets booted around the board a lot and often ends up on a bad square in the Scotch, like on b6. And white has the pluses, but a very, very unbalanced position. And of course, as Peter was mentioning, you don't ever get these marvelous chances of playing bishop e3, because knight c2 would kind of, that ends that fun. So I was sitting here thinking to myself, well, what if I just wait? I play a move like bishop e2, and if black plays c5 and I end up
You want to castle short?
castling short, would I have much?
You're still going to be better, but I think you're supposed to play for more. Here black goes bishop b7, the knight eventually comes to d4. I don't think this is so horrible.
Because I had it in mind, I would play, like, for example, let me just point out what I had in mind, wrongly or rightfully. The idea of,
Nice.
I would have
something
started
like
with
this.
bishop b7, to be honest, to have more options
Exactly.
of fighting against your pieces.
But similar to what I was just doing, which was putting my bishop on the long diagonal there as white, playing bishop e2 to f3, I guess I could accelerate it a bit this way.
I think this is the main line, and yeah, it's. I think if black doesn't know what they're doing, they're in deep trouble here.
Yeah.
But you have to assume Fabi will know exactly what he's doing in this position.
Exactly. I see h5 is maybe asking for trouble. Again, I'm very, very unfamiliar with this position.
We're in for a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way I feel about it.
Sindarov and Wesley are doing.
All right, let's do it.
The two players who have a chance to catch the leaders today.
They're on the outside looking in, but a win is going to be required. And oh boy, they have blitzed their way through a rookie one Berlin, famous pawn sacrifice.
Yeah.
And Peter, what's the latest and greatest in this one?
Somewhat less excited about this because white often gets a little bit of a push here, but the position is quite dry, and also Wesley has been doing this for ages.
Yes.
He will know absolutely everything about this position. So today Sindarov seems like, I mean, he does this occasionally, but I thought maybe in a situation where a win definitely gives him decent chances for over tie for first, I thought we might be treated to some of his more risky opening ideas, and he always has opening ideas. He's not going to be doing this without some kind of a new twist on the old theory. But yeah, this is very well known. Knight takes c8, I suspect we will still have, there's 30 games from this position. Wesley actually played this with white. There was, I think we commented on that game. Wesley won that game against Levon Aronian in one of the GCT events in 2023. I'm not quite sure. He won a very instructive endgame with bishop against knight in this line. Queen f6, rook d1, and looks like they are actually progressing quite quickly towards the very same position. So yeah, Wesley not only knows everything from the black side, he's also done this competitively from the white side. So he should not be particularly discomfited by this choice by Javokhir.
Again, just to boldly point out the obvious, why isn't black recapturing? Well, if you recapture right away, then after a move like queen b4 check, give me your bishop,
To play
c5,
yeah.
I get to recapture my pawn, and I've got the two bishops in a
This
very
is
nice...
shockingly bad. I thought, okay, this is worse for black. It's lost for black.
It's just really, really bad.
Just really, really bad, yeah.
And so that is why Wesley has played queen f6. So he defends his bishop to begin with, attacks the bishop on f4, and also intimates that you don't have a free hand. The f2 pawn is potentially weak as well. So if we drop back with our bishop...
now black can take, of course, and it's a much improved version. I guess after queen before check,
Yes.
we will... I'm attracted to the idea of playing c5, queen b7, no, 96, queen bishop takes 6 as a check. No, I'm no longer attracted to that idea.
Because of f2, yeah. Well,
Okay,
but to the point that you were about to make, if you move your king...
Oh, yeah, maybe we can... But then
and
queen
do
take
it this
d7.
way...
No, queen d7 works, right? Because the rook is
queen
hanging.
d7 works, yeah. I don't get my... I wanted to play knight e4.
So did I, yeah. That was very much my idea, yeah.
Okay. And just to refresh everybody, the lifetime matchup is a single
They
game.
haven't met each other too many times, just one game, and Wesley did win that one. Could have been a long time ago.
Actually, Peter looked it up. I think it was Chennai.
Yeah, that was the
Olympiad.
Chennai Olympiad in 2022, and that game was a blowout.
When
Sindarov played the Benko, kind of misplayed it badly, was in a lot of trouble by move 15
He was
and done by
16
move
then,
24.
16
Yeah,
years old, yeah.
that was not a good game, but he was a much younger and much more, much less experienced player than.
Right, and Yasser, one more game we haven't looked at. It's Anish Giri against Prague. Anish was having a great tournament until
They were
yesterday.
both having very nice tournaments throughout, and Anish especially had a situation where in all of his games he was on the sunny side
Yes,
of the advantages.
even yesterday he was trying really hard to win with black, and it just got unlucky
Against the
and
wild card,
backfired.
yeah.
Yes.
Both players are currently standing at 50% in the tournament. Both players are having missed good opportunities, I want to say. Prague, our defending champion, was our pick, but that game
lost
yesterday...
to Fabi.
Ooh, and that, yeah.
And
also,
yesterday the queen end came.
yeah, that could take the wind out of anybody's sails. So what do we have? We have a queen c2 Nimzo Indian with early c5, queen
Still
a5.
in theory, I saw there's still 19 games in the current position.
And d5, and Anish said, okay, let's put a stop to this game. And this looks like one of those long-winded theoretical, it's 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
And I mean, the structure will be like that, but what I want to say is that queen a5 is extremely rare by the standards of the Nimzo. c5, d takes c5, there's like 8,000 games, out of which queen a5 has been played in 83 on my screen. 1%.
That's very, very, very rare.
Yeah. And it's not even according. Okay, after rook c1, I want to retract my previous statement. Maybe Anish is just done with.
That's
the whole
what I'm
thing,
thinking.
honestly.
He's done
because
with the
instead of rook c1, knight g2 for a brief moment at least was being offered as a potential way to play for a win, to at least try and get the two bishop advantage. Rook c1 does feel like maybe Anish is kind of. Although if you go knight takes c3 here, maybe I can still go knight e2.
You mean rook c1, knight takes c3, knight e2.
Yeah, but
It's a funny
knight
way
c3, knight c3 e4 though is a funny way to probably immediately equalize here. Knight c3 e4, queen takes e4. We will take on d2. We luckily for us have queen a5 check, and then I will continue developing. It doesn't look
But on
that
b4,
bad.
you give me check from d8, or did you? Because you can't take the pawn, right? I'll have rook c2.
Where?
b4.
Yeah,
here?
Queen D8 check, I think, is.
In the current position.
Yeah, I mean, knight c3 exists. So before I think I'm probably playing Queen D8 check, yeah, because Queen A2 Rook C2, I don't have a way back. But Queen D8 check seems to be perfectly healthy. A position like this, black shouldn't lose. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Peter. There's a great Saturday crowd in Bucharest.
Yeah.
Let's have a look in the audience. Wow, a full house. Everyone showed up for the last day.
And I tell you, playing before a live audience, the pandemic just kind of ruined the at the tournament experience. But playing before a live audience and a large one, I just love it as a player. I love a boisterous crowd.
Yes, and it's an exciting day because we don't know who's going to be crowned champion.
No, and we've been talking through the various possibilities. One of them, Vincent, he has a coach, a famous coach, Peter Leko, and I think Peter might be with Cristian.
He is. Over to you, Cristian, and welcome Grandmaster Peter Leko.
Thank you, guys. I am indeed here with the chess great Peter Leko, and nowadays mostly a coach and a commentator as well. Now, we talked at the opening ceremony. You mentioned something that sort of shocked me. You told me that this is your first meeting with the Grand Chess Tour. How was that first experience?
Yes, it's a very emotional moment to be part of the Grand Chess Tour, and I'm so happy that Vincent made his debut. And playing in this incredible playing hall. I have never in my life played something close to that. I feel like as a chess player you automatically get so much energy out of it, yeah, because when you feel like the organizers make the utmost in order to present you the best playing conditions, that gives you the energy that, yes, I have to do something special. And every day I'm coming to the playing hall, it's like, wow, don't want to leave.
Yes. I saw you actually spending some time with the other seconds as well. How does that conversation usually go? Because obviously you are seated next to Lucas Van Foreest right now, just right now when I picked you up for the interview. And obviously your pupils are facing each other right now. How is that dynamic?
Yes, it's very interesting. I was also sitting with Jan Smits a couple of days, and now with Lucas, yeah, it was very funny there because, okay, it was clear that they don't know what will be our first move, yeah, that because now Vincent started playing e4, but really in a decisive game in the last round. Will he go for e4 or will he go for d4, c4, knight f3? On the other hand, against Jorden, it's impossible to prepare because it's like tossing a dice that what it will be from 30 different things. And I just told Lucas that basically I spend my night working on the least possible, yeah, that if Jorden, you know, goes out of his way and tries to play some complete surprise, then we are ready. So it's always a lot of mind games involved.
Exactly, and I think that's one of your forte, especially. You mentioned also something when we discussed at the opening ceremony that sometimes people need to take a break in between events to kind of re-energize. It's interesting because also Vincent, when he was here for an interview with me, told me a very similar thing. So you're definitely teaching, you know, your student your ways.
Yes, well, I think I'm normally suggesting things, but of course I never want to put the final influence on India. It's always his choice, always his decision. But he, last year, I think, experienced that what it means when he's traveling from tournament to tournament. While he was traveling, he was very successful. Then you have the adrenaline, you have all the energy and everything. And then finally you get to this moment when you feel like you are so burned out, you are so completely exhausted that already having 2-3 weeks of time is not enough. Yeah, and then I think he got this experience, and now he's much more careful. Also playing the Grand Chess Tour with all these top guys, yeah, and then suddenly this is a whole tour. Yeah, for us it's like something new. It's not just the first Grand Chess Tour, but now a full member. So Zagreb is coming, then St. Louis is coming, and so on. You have to kind of plan very carefully how much energy you are giving. By the way, just one day after this, after tomorrow, he starts to play in the Norway chess with Magnus. Yes. So yes, it's crazy. And then I was thinking like, okay, today it's a very special situation because he's tying Fabi in the first on the first place. Maybe to take it a little bit slow, I mean, I would understand. I just brought it up that, you know, Vincent, it could be a possibility, said, but not for me. Yeah, he wants to play. Yes. Yeah, it doesn't matter for him what's happening. That's why we like him also so much, and the fans like him, that he's uncompromising.
Absolutely, and I think that's a very interesting situation between the two players because Jorden wants to play as well. He's extremely creative, very dynamic, and he's going to allow a game. That's what we're seeing right now. Fabi, on the other hand, also with the black pieces, you would expect somebody to stay a little bit more shy, but Fabi is definitely not shy with his opening choice in that one. We'll discuss that in just a second. But of course, I do, now that you finished your job for Vincent, how did the tournament evolve? Obviously, he was at one point in the clear lead, and then that painful defeat in round 7 came.
Yes, actually, I'm very happy to talk about it because it's very interesting. First of all, let's just say about today's runs. I think that we have a fantastic last round because judging from the openings, it's clear that every player managed to surprise the opponent, and the opponent made a counter surprise, and they are on their own in the last round in this very decisive round. So it will be a hell of a fight. I think every chess fan can be very happy about this. Regarding Vincent's situation, yeah, he had a very good start, but with very demanding games. Yeah, every single game lasted almost till the very end, starting with the game
even the first one with Wesley.
No, that was a draw.
Right, but even that was
exactly. Yeah, that was crazy. I thought I'm dying. Yeah, exactly. there was a moment when he played, and Anastasiya came to me after the game. Peter, did you see that Vincent played with 2 seconds on the? I said yes, I saw. You know, because I was hoping that maybe the clock was not right, but it jumped back to 32 seconds. So I understood that it was right. By the way, it was the only move f take g2 that he played. So I somehow sense that if with so little time on the clock, he is able to, you know, control his nerves and go down to 2 seconds in order to try to find the best move, and he does. It's a good signal. That was basically my feeling, actually, that he survived that crazy time trouble against Wesley. That was very good. But every game was demanding. Then he won against Deac in a very big fight. Then he won this fantastic game against MVL by playing his first Najdorf from the white side. Yeah, how much I waited for this moment as a coach. Yes, that I was so much hoping for that. Yes, finally the time is right to play an F3 Najdorf, and he felt like yes, he's ready for it, and against none other than
against an expert, the expert.
Yes,
Najdorf, yes.
But I said that there is no better moment, yeah, because okay, this is the best ultimate test, so let's go for it, and it was fantastic. Then he had this very difficult game against Anish Giri, where he had the first Berlin defense in classical game on the board. So he's not only debuting in Grand Chess Tour, but he also debuted with many openings.
A new repertoire, it seems like.
Yes, and then there was this very interesting moment because he drew with Anish that game, and then came this moment that Alireza will be next. Yes, so Alireza had this game against Fabiano on the official rest day, and we spent the whole rest day, like 6 hours, preparing for the game against Alireza. And then finally, when we were still okay, we basically assigned my job for the night that, okay, how do I continue? And at that moment at 11, we got the message that probably Alireza is withdrawing from the event. So that was like a shock. Well, on one side, it's kind of a relief because it was clear that it's not, you know, it's not so comfortable playing in that room, not just for yourself, but also facing Alireza who has pain, who is just lying. Can you imagine? You have this injury at home, and you are lying in bed. You are unable to find a good posture. It's that crazy. How do you spend? And he's laying on bed like this for 5-6 hours. Of course he can play chess, but this is chess on the highest level where you have to give everything that you have in your power. The smallest nuance can decide the game. So of course it was clear that probably it's unmaintainable. Yeah, he just cannot maintain this concentration like this. And then this game disappeared. So that was a rest day, but actually it was not a rest day because we worked all night, and it would have been Vincent's only one white game. And by dropping out on that game, he got a free point, which he doesn't feel like it is his because he did not fight for it, but he lost his only white game, and it meant that he played against Giri with black. He continues against Sindarov with black and plays another black against Fabiano. 3 games in a row with black. And
that's tough.
That's tough.
That's a lot of pressure that you have to withstand throughout 3 big rounds.
And also Vincent is a player who likes to push. Exactly. Yeah, so for him that, okay, now I get the white pieces and yes, I want to, you know, they were putting pressure on me, but now it's my turn to push. Disappeared, yeah, so this basically this equilibrium has been broken. And then came the Sindarov game with the mindset that we got a rest day, but you know, when you are leading, then you feel like very important game, maybe I should prepare more. And I feel like I actually take responsibility for this, that I think I made a mistake, that I should have understood, but it was also a new situation for me, that forget about preparation. You actually, because the Alireza preparation was spent the whole rest day, you did not get a single rest. You were playing every day 5-6 hours to the maximum with incredible tension. Actually, just chill and do the absolute basic. Instead, we prepared quite a lot. And then what happened? Sindarov played the harmless thing of, he could have just not prepared at all, go with fresh head and make a very easy draw, without any problem. But with all this crazy preparation in mind, against all kinds of sharp things, he burned probably too much energy. And, it was like crazy because I worked throughout the tournament always at night. But in this game, it was at 6 o'clock that I felt like, I need to go to sleep a little bit because my battery was just completely...
6 o'clock.
At 6 o'clock in the evening.
At night, okay.
No, 6 o'clock in the evening, during the game.
Yeah.
And it was the only moment during the tournament that I went to sleep. It was the moment when Vincent, after knight a4, queen b3, bishop c2, queen b5 was played, he solved all his problems. He has 45 minutes on the clock. I went to sleep. I put alarm for 7:45, just in case. I wake up on the alarm, I immediately turned on the phone, I watched what's happening, and the game was over.
Yeah.
And I just cannot believe that what happened, that Vincent, who plays always the longest games, the time control has not been reached, and suddenly I realized that he had this, when your body, your mental tiredness, everything takes over, and he was not able to concentrate. And he just blitzed out the moves, he had zero problems, he even made this nice positional pawn sacrifice, which was absolutely good. He had all the possibilities. If he just thinks for 5 minutes, he finds one of the good ways, and the game is drawn immediately. But he just blitzed, and then Sindarov used his chance, and it was so painful. And then I understood that it has nothing to do with chess. Fabi is coming now with black again. Forget about preparation. Forget 1 hour, 1.5 hour maximum we will prepare. Just sleep as much as you can. That was the only, and then yesterday was also very demanding.
To be
game.
honest, that was probably a great advice because the game wasn't decided in the opening against Fabi, and he played this awkward queen to b3. Probably you wouldn't have prepared against, I don't know. But at the same time, the game is not going to be decided at that point. It was decided in the last few moments, and he actually made some incredible defensive moves with only a few seconds on his clock. So this was definitely the right call. Now, I want to drag your attention to this final game. Vincent versus Van Foreest. We already sort of painted a picture of what these players need to do. Tell me the story of this game, and how do you see the opening phase being played out?
Yes, actually, then, okay, if you want to the whole story, then let's start from the move 1, can we?
Of course, yes.
Because the stories are there. So first of all, there was a game between Vachier-Lagrave against Jorden during the tournament, where MVL played knight fc first move, and Jorden played c5. Correct. Which basically gave Maxime the chance to play e4 and play a Sicilian, which he declined, he went for c4. So this gives you the feeling that he already against Maxime prepared the Sicilian, which means that, and he hasn't used his preparation, so it would be very logical for him to rely on that preparation. And even the tournament situation is such that probably after yesterday's painful loss, he's still hoping that maybe, okay, but
he wants to win.
Yeah, he wants to win, but yes. Also you don't know his mindset, because he might be completely desperate after yesterday's game. So is this an impulsive decision that he wants to play for? We don't know. And that's why I told Vincent, okay, you focus on e4, c5, and I will take care of everything else that is so-called least likely. So what Vincent is playing right now, it's something he prepared. He decided that probably he will, but also even after e4, c5, knight fc, you don't know if it's going to be d6. Will it be e6 or knight c6? Yes, this is, so he played d6, and this we discussed during dinner that, okay, if he plays d6, because it's not like this that we know that he will play d6, and he knows now that we are ready to play for the f3 knight off, probably it would make sense to not deviate with bishop b5, and then, because it's also not exactly Jordan's style from the white side, that he normally goes for some very sharp, some very sharp positions. So let's just try to get some strategical game. And I think then after knight d7, Vincent played bishop e4, which was kind of a surprise for Jorden. But also you see that Vincent is also spending time just double checking that it's not like he prepared everything move per move. He knows things because he also plays this with black. So it's a playable position, it's a rich position. I think both players are kind of feeling that I can live with this.
Yes.
Because it's a strategical battle.
They got a game. They got a game. It doesn't seem like it's going to be, a wash or, somebody overwhelming the other with their preparation. It just seems like this one is going to go on for.
Yes. Now the
for a
question
while.
for white is that do you go for d4 and try to get the Maroczy structure, or you play with d3? Yeah, there are these two different kind of options.
Well, you know
approaches.
your student best. So my guess, if I would be looking with fresh eyes to this one, I would say, given tournament situation, he's probably going to try to stay a little bit more flexible with d3. What's your take?
Yeah, it's very hard to say because he's also thinking for quite some time, which means that even he is not sure how to approach the situation. So let's see and wait. In any case, I'm just happy for the fans, because it is such an amazing tournament, the Grand Chess Tour, and the organizers are going out of their way to really, make the best conditions for the players, that the players only have to focus on playing. Everything else is taken care of. You're in a very good hotel. You have a brilliant playing hall. The players feel themselves extremely respected. So this case, I feel like as a player, your duty is to try to show your absolute best. And then it does not fit into the category that, okay, I'm sharing first place. If I make a quick draw or a safe draw, then I kind of guarantee. This is not the way how the young generation, the ambitious young generation is thinking. And exactly that's why I feel like the future of chess is in fantastic hands, because all these youngsters are thinking like this.
Exactly, and I am feeling like your commentary is kicking in, right now, and you want to perhaps look at some other games. Let's go to the Fabi game as well, just because obviously this is a big one for the standings also, and it's an absolutely crazy situation.
Wow. Yes, for sure.
So Fabi seems to have prepared this. You have some knowledge in this, so please share it with us.
Yes. So basically, it was clear that Fabi wants to get the Sveshnikov. I used to play Sveshnikov myself. In fact, I qualified to the World Championship match by using the Sveshnikov in Dortmund candidates to perfection, winning many very important games. And I always felt like Sveshnikov is so great, but how do we get there? Yeah, if black plays with second move knight c6, then there's the Rostol involved bishop b5, or third move knight c3 that Garry Kasparov used to play against me, and we had so many clashes in Linares on that topic. And this e6, knight f6, knight c6, four knights variation, the b45 that we call it, the people already don't know exactly what b45 means. I'm teasing Vincent always, with this
the heavy encyclopedias.
Yes, but we were raised like this, that this is b45, and it's kind of the ultimate challenge, because there is so much theory, there is so many different lines that basically I know from black that I was never comfortable. And we have, I think, Peter Svidler doing the commentary in St. Louis. He beat me in 2001 in Yerevan World Team Championship in a way that hurts even today.
I'm sure we'll hear about this from Peter.
Yes, exactly. And after that, I did not really felt like touching this territory. Ever since, but with white I was preparing.
There's Peter right there.
Yeah, rightly. He played the king d1 after 40 minutes of thinking, and I told him that, analyze this position with Amador Rodriguez, and we understood that, king d1 is the best move and it's a problematic move, but nobody will ever find it. And what Peter was doing, thinking, and played king d1, and my heart stopped that no way, it cannot happen like this. But okay, Peter was just such an incredible e4 player. Yeah, he sensed all these positions to perfection.
Yes. Peter, your reaction to that?
I'm liking where this is going, yeah. I also just informed I'm very much enjoying this segment. I wish it went on for forever.
He's enjoying the segment, and he likes where this story is going, for sure. Now, getting back to the game analysis, we have this position right now, queen to c7, queen to b6. They did meet in Brazil not many months ago, and they did play something very similar, but not with Queen 7, with Bishop to B7.
Well, exactly. Can we just put that Bishop B7 on? Because that was the move, which is the novelty of Andras Adoryan. He prepared for me, for my very first Linux tournament, the move Bishop B7, which I played against Garry Kasparov in that tournament. And Garry spent something like half an hour after Bishop B7. And he also found the best at that moment, which was like testing, it was like the main reaction for white for like 20 years against this variation with Bishop E2 and then Castle Knight D6. That happened in all these games. Yeah, and I was suffering a little bit, this whole Bishop B7 line, but that one is like Black is trying to trying to draw somehow the line. The way how Fabi is playing, he's provoking things. Yeah, this Queen C7, F4, Queen B6 used to be the old line, and this Knight E3, basically like in the 90s when I was, working, starting to learn chess, I saw games like being played, and I saw like, what kind of game are they playing? What is going on here? And then Queen D3, Knight F5, really, MVI went for G4, yeah?
Yes.
Wow, okay, G4, Knight D4.
This didn't stop Fabiano, so he knew G4, which is somewhat understandable. H4, H3, I think this is the first moment that Fabi is finally taking a breather and trying to perhaps recall his preparation, or maybe he did not have this in his file, even though it does seem, objectively at least, the engine is still giving white a slight edge. Yes. So definitely somewhere in his file.
Yeah, for sure, and probably it is a very principled way. I'm actually quite surprised that MVL was ready to play so principled, because this is the MVL that we have in our minds and we love, yeah, because he is such an E4 player. But suddenly during the tournament, I felt like when he had that win against Alireza, and then next day he slowed down by making a draw against Sindarov in 10-15 moves, I felt like that's when he let the tournament slip out of his control, because when you get the +1, then you have to go on, you have to try to carry on with all these positive emotions. And now after yesterday's marathon 6 hours or 7 hours game, which basically one would have thought it's impossible with this time control, but they played 120, 130 moves, and don't even remember how many. And then going for this, because he feels like Fabi is provoking him. He wants a fight. Okay, you want to fight? I'm ready to fight as well. Fantastic, fantastic game.
Peter, thank you very much. We do, it seems like, have a game that's about to finish, so we'll let you go. Thank you very much. This has been fantastic, and you're welcome to come join us for the commentary anytime.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter, and good luck to your student.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Peter. The challenges and travails of being a chess coach. And
it was so nice to hear. First, I love Peter's commentary, but just when he shared how hard they prepare.
Right, and then they
Vincent.
get a forfeit and 3 blacks in a row. Really, thank you for the insights, Peter, and it goes to show just his passion for chess and why he became the world champion challenger. He's like living and breathing these openings and these moments, and like, oh, I should have played this. And yeah, and all he needed was a draw in the last round as black against Vladimir Kramnik, and he would have been the world champion. He lost that game. The match was tied, Vladimir, and the rules at the time had draw odds in the match. And
I think this is the biggest takeaway. I mean, he knows so much about chess, but for me, the most impressive thing is just how much passion he preserves for the game after being inside the game. And he was one of the original prodigies. He began playing elite tournaments at, I think, maybe 12.
ridiculously
He was
young
very,
guy.
very good as a young kid.
Right.
So he's been inside the industry for 30 plus years, it feels now. And look at how much he still loves it. It's just so heartwarming to see.
And
he also knows so much.
And he's saying, Andras Adoryan, he prepared me Bishop B7, and I used it in Dortmund to perfection, and winning 2 games with black. And Garry Kasparov, after 20 minutes of thinking, found the only way to challenge my setup. Yeah, passion.
No,
There's
it shows how much he loves chess, and it's
Exactly.
incredible to see. Yes, sir, I think
one game that is
about
not
to end.
passionate.
It's Anish Giri against Prague. They played a lot of pieces.
According to the rules, they cannot offer a draw, but it's very clear that between Anish and Prague, they're going to be looking for a repetition.
If
4
they were
versus
allowed
4.
to offer draws yesterday, they already would have, right?
Exactly. 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. Our so-called Queen's Gambit accepted endgame position.
Peter, what's a quick way here to find the repetition?
I think you get the knights off the board, and then you go king d2, king c3, king d2, king c3. It will look a bit artificial, but honestly,
Yeah.
the position is very, very level. There's not a lot to discuss here.
Right.
And yeah, Anish could have, I mean, queen a5, queen takes c5 is not supposed to equalize so effortlessly.
Right.
But yeah, yesterday Anish came with a burning desire to play for a win with black. Played a very, very good game for the first, I think, 3/4 of the first time control. And when that crashed and burned, I think he wants the next event to begin, yeah.
Yeah. And what are we looking
I think
at
Anish's
here?
tournament ended yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, if he had won that, now he'd be fighting for first place. And Prague's tournament, the fight for first place ended when he lost to Fabi.
Yeah, that was a tough loss with the white pieces for sure. And boy, it just elevated Fabi's chances enormously, winning with the black
Completely
pieces.
changed up the standings that game.
So Prague and Anish heading towards a draw in this, the ninth and final round. Let's pick up with Vincent and Jorden Van Foreest, because as you heard Peter Leko explaining, it's up to Vincent. And what would Vincent like to do? Would he like to play the d2, d4 lines and transpose, as Peter was saying, into a Maroczy structure, a Maroczy bind structure, the pawns on c4 and e4 we attribute to Geza Maroczy, famous grandmaster from Hungary, and it's considered that white has an advantage in the center? Or would Vincent play a little bit more restrained manner, including d2, d3, and saying, okay, I provoked you to misplace your knight. It's got to be worth something. And Peter himself was unsure, but one of the things I thought was very insightful about Peter was he said Vincent is one of those players who really likes to press. He likes to,
Even with black.
Even with black, get into a fight, but also be the one who is pressing. For me, d2, d3, and h2, h3 is not the greatest effort at pressing. I want to put it like that.
Playing the long game.
I wouldn't disagree in terms of structures. The issue here is that if you play d4, your bishop on a4 is actually kind of badly misplaced.
You'd like it
which
on
gives
E2.
black immediate counterplay against the c4 pawn. I think if we switch to this, let's say you play h3 is going to be useful regardless. So let's say we go h3 castles d4 instead of d3. I think black immediately plays queen d8, c7, and you have to, like, it's not that comfortable to protect it actually. These types of positions, it's not unplayable for white. The engine still finds ways to play bishop a4, b3. Let's say knight c5, rook e1. You absolutely can do these things if you want. But I don't think, as far as Maroczys go, this is not a particularly horrible one for black.
No.
You would much rather this bishop was on f1. And if it was on f1, you'd be much better here. That would be like more or less an ideal Maroczy for white. But with the bishop on b3, it's not that great. And I think Vincent gets immediately justified by events, because I really don't like the immediate knight e5 by Jorden. I think you're supposed to play slower with like b6. Let's say white goes rook e1, you play bishop b7, white plays rook b1, and kind of a shuffling game ensues where black maybe dreams of one day playing d6, d5, white often plays b2, b4. But now that white has not played d2, d4 immediately, you probably aren't playing d3, d4 either. And you get this kind of a very slow maneuvering game where, yes, white maybe has slightly more space, but I think black is more or less completely fine. Instead, Jorden, as you mentioned, the knight on d7 is somewhat misplaced, so I think there's a temptation to play knight e5. But now you get this structure. And this structure is, I think, potentially genuinely unpleasant for black, because a3, b4 happens very, very quickly. And you have to deal with the pressure against your c5 pawn in some way. If you take on b4, you are just structurally, I think, significantly worse. And not playing c5 takes b4, let's say you play b6 and e6, white goes rook b1, and then white goes bishop b3. You're going to end up, tied to the protection of the c5 pawn for the rest of the game. It's not horrible. It's very difficult to get to a properly horrible position by making one knight trade. But I think white gets a free roll for the rest of the game. There's very little counterplay. The bishop on g7 is extremely passive, and c5 is going to be a problem for a long time to come.
That's definitely good news for Vincent then. And let's talk about the probabilities of winning for this.
Indeed. Tell us statistically what we can expect.
Key scenarios for today.
Tie break.
Tie break.
Pretty high.
Pretty high, 57.5%. Keymer winning outright, 23.5%.
He has the white pieces after
That's
all.
why he has a better chance than Fabi, who is at 17%. One Foreest winning outright is very low because he has to defeat Vincent with black, and Fabi has to lose his game for one Foreest to win without tie breaks.
Exactly.
We have another graph. Think.
Don't hold your breath.
Well, I guess the other one would be about chances of Sindarov and Wesley catching up with the leaders, but given their current position, I would say it's not a high chance if we can jump to that game real quickly because
Exactly.
it
That
looks
was
like
the
draw as well.
rook e1 Berlin. How do I describe it?
Is there a name for it?
The rook e1.
I think it's a rookie one. I don't. Let me check.
They usually have names for
They have all
everything,
kinds of really strange names, yeah.
which are ridiculous, but yes. Something something tells me that the
Says
play
Rio Gambit accepted.
the Rio Gambit accepted.
This is like the driest line ever, and it's somehow a gambit. Okay.
And it's got Rio, as in Rio de Janeiro, in it as well. Has this all occurred before? The way they've played it, it has that feel like...
This is a new position, but it's not a new line. This specific position is now at least a little bit. So we
can play bishop c7?
Up to queen takes d8, this has been seen in tournament practice. So it looks like maybe bishop d3 is the first new move in this position. Up until then, it was still, for instance, a game between Niels Grandelius and Bassem, which Niels actually won. This is not a completely dead end game because the bishop pair is still offering you a little bit of a push. But obviously, black is not supposed to lose this normally.
And I'm looking at, because of the bishop pair, my desire would be to play bishop c7 and to try to hunt down the
I'm guessing we'll probably trade on b6 to at least, quote-unquote, spoil the black structure a little bit. But yeah, that looks extremely level. How are you ever going to exploit that, once again, quote-unquote, weakness on b7? I do not believe it. There's any way.
That looks like a fortress knight on d6.
Yeah.
Bishop takes h7, the Bobby Fischer, How to Lose a Piece by Bobby Fischer. Bishop takes h7, g7, g6. The bishop is trapped, but as we know, there's this h4, h5 business. But
Not here.
Not here.
Not here.
It doesn't work. So that pawn is taboo, but I would expect bishop c7. And it's kind of sad for the players because both of them are in a situation where it's a kind of a must-win game if they wanted to play for first. I put it like that.
Yeah.
And
I think in our pre-game show, I think Anastasiya said she expects both of them to push. I honestly thought that would be so unlike Wesley that I think Wesley will just play his repertoire. And okay, if Javokhir does something outlandish, then of course Wesley would very much welcome a position with winning chances. But he is not going to deviate from his general strategy, which is pretty much always equalize with black and see from there.
yeah,
But I did expect Javokhir to do something which is more double-edged than this. Four out of our 10 players are actually traveling to Norway to begin playing there in 2 days' time, which is quite striking, but not Javokhir. So for him, I thought, maybe it could influence his decision-making because he has a very busy year ahead of him now that he accepted the invitation to be the full tour participant, and also he has a match to prepare for.
yeah.
But
a small thing called the World Chess Championship.
Yeah, a small thing called the World Championship match. Yeah, but he is not playing Norway chess, and a win is decent chances for playoff here.
Maybe he likes this endgame and he's playing for a win this endgame.
I don't know. It looks Pretty dry after bishop c7. So we're expecting Anish and Prague to discover a way of drawing the game, which means that we have 2 games to determine the champion. And let's jump to MVL and Fabi, because as you heard in our segment there with Peter Leko, very theoretical discussion, h5, g5, h4. And this was actually a moment that MVL really took a lot of time. Peter, this position, I'm assuming, has been played before.
I'm honestly not sure. I think this might be quite fresh.
I see
No,
2
still
games.
still 2 games, yeah. A game from, shockingly, 2014. I thought this was extremely new, but in 2014 there's been a decent game played between Nikita Matinyan and Sergei Pavlov, 2 2,500 players, in which bishop b7 was played in this position. But yeah, very rare. Almost a new position. Almost, but not quite.
And I can see from my chess border there that the chess engine favors white, and why is that?
I think that was the case just after knight went to e3.
Yeah, and it's been holding steady
Right.
at that reading for some while. h4, h3, and for me, I didn't like playing h3 as white.
I think h4, h3 was maybe slightly threatened, but you could, one way to dealing with it was to play something like rook f1 to give yourself the h1 square for the bishop. But rook f1 also doesn't feel like it's a move you absolutely need to make. So
A strange move, rook f1
Yeah.
with idea of bishop h1.
Okay, but let me just throw a patty out there. I'll just play b2, b3. So tell me why the move h3, like if you play h3, and congratulations,
I think
won a
I'm happy
bishop.
about this.
Why?
Queen d4.
Takes bishop b7 maybe.
Takes.
You
bishop
could take
b7.
on or maybe the immediate bishop b7 is slightly cleaner. You could take on h3 though, and actually if we discuss ways of responding to h4 which are not h3, you could play bishop d2, which I think might be the reason why Fabi is thinking here, because I think Fabi concentrated mainly on the move bishop d2. Another position gets quite messy because black, I think, probably needs to play h3, bishop takes h3, queen takes b2. Interestingly, if you take on b2 straight away, you're doing much worse compared, because king f2 is very strong. So you throw in this, and after queen takes b2, now white still plays king f2, but black has all kinds of jumps. Knight c2 appears to be somewhat playable here, I guess with the intention of playing queen d4 check, or maybe even rook takes h3 and then queen d4 check. Also queen c2 is playable here. The engine prefers white, but this is still a very sharp game. And, but what I mean to say is, I suspect if MVL played bishop d2, Fabi would still be blitzing. But h2, h3 is maybe not in the top 3 options for white, or perhaps bottom of the top 3 options for white, and maybe you don't repeat it as diligently as you repeat the main moves, because bishop d2 is an attempt to refute the entire line.
Right.
h3, less so. h3 does give you a tempo to do something.
I didn't like h2, h3. I didn't quite believe that black was threatening h.
And I think this was not in Fabi's prep, because it's the first time he's thinking. Before h3, he had 1 hour 36 minutes.
And blitzing
gained time on the
away.
clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interestingly, the choice appears to be, because it looks like, and this didn't even occur to me, but it looks like we might be preparing to castle short here. For instance, if you play rook b8 here, it appears we can castle short. And if knight c2, we go king h1, knight takes a1, and g6, and this is pretty bad for black, despite being a full rook for the time being. Let me show this on my board. So if you go h3, rook b8 here, the idea might be to castle. And actually, knight c2 is straight up a mistake, because after king h1, knight takes a1, we have this very strong resource of playing g5, g6. And the black king is under severe pressure, despite And honestly, it even looks kind of bad for black because, yes, you have an extra rook, but look at this collection of misfits on the back rank, which none of them has any squares or anything, and white is launching a direct attack. You somehow aren't getting mated after f takes g6, but it's bad. You should not be doing this. And in view of that, I don't know if MVL already realized castles will be playable there, but the choices appear to be either knight f5 to stop white from castling, or at least castling kingside. White probably plays bishop d2 and tries to castle queenside now. Or you could play bishop a6. And now if white castles short, we go knight f5 check, and then rook d8, next move, and try to play d7, d5 as quickly as possible. And if after bishop a6, white goes bishop d2, trying to castle long, best play appears to be a somewhat outlandish d7, d5, it takes d5 long castles, which doesn't equalize fully, but comes close.
Interesting lines.
Yeah, as I said, a very, very messy line, which we should be quite happy we have this for the last round.
All right, thank you, Peter. D5 and castles long, that's a shocker. And what about our regular statistical pie chart that Ben prepares for us?
Right, chances to win tournament. Pre-tournament, it was Sindarov and Fabi who were the favorites. Anish, Giri in third. Where is Vincent? In the middle. After day one, 5 draws, nothing changed much. Seen Pragg and MVL on the bottom, but after day 2, it was Keymer, Pragg, and MVL who had the plus score, so they were sharing the lead.
And MVL is looking pretty good, but we're going to watch him just kind of start fading.
Yeah, that was just one loss. And Anish Giri jumped to the first place after day 3. Then there was a moment where, Vincent took over and he was so leader for a couple of days. As you can see, 43% for him, Anish in second, and Van Foreest in third. Fabi was down to only 6% at the time.
Wow.
And after he won that game, he jumped into second place, but Vincent still maintained the lead. After day 6, Vincent was a huge favorite to win, 70% chance. He was full point ahead of the rest of the players. And then, look at that, Keymer loses, Fabi wins, and Fabi becomes favorite after 7 days.
Wow, quite the
Then
turnaround.
do we have day 8? Right now, Vincent is favorite at 44% because he has the white pieces in the last round, Fabi in second, he has black pieces, and Van Foreest still has a chance to win the tournament.
And also Vincent has a slight advantage of winning the tournament because, again, it's not just that he has the white pieces. In a sense, he could draw and potentially win the tournament with a draw, whereas Fabi cannot win the tournament outright with a draw. He would have to win it in a playoff. So H2, H3 by MVL in his game against Fabi, and Fabi just stopped. H2, H3 was not his main prep, and we're looking at Vincent there. But it's this H2, H3 move I never got a clear answer to. I don't.
We're so afraid of it.
Yeah, I don't like defending against it. Something about the move Rook F1 I also like very much, because it's useful in those variations where I'm playing G6.
That's true, but are you happy that you lost your flexibility to castle short?
Yes, I'm not unhappy in the sense that looking across the board, what are you going to do? Are you going to castle short as black? Well, good luck with that. Your knight G5 might hurt your feelings. Are you going to leave your king in the center? Eventually,
Can't do that either, yes.
Eventually, maybe not immediately, but eventually I'm going to be playing moves like B3, bishop B2. I'm going to kick this knight, and I'm going to ask, let's say rook B8. Let's say you get off the line, and I go B3. I'm going to play bishop B2, and I'm going to castle long. And I'm looking across the board. Like, the reason I really don't like H3 is if this knight ever goes back to F5.
Yes,
Now
G3
you've
square
got
is
G3.
somewhat weak.
Yeah, well, you've got G3 as a kind of an anchor square. But in any case, it was played. I mean, let the theoreticians duel. And let's talk practical matters now. Peter, are the players, quote, on their own? Obviously, they have a lot of experience.
I think it's quite likely, yeah. I think Fabio was definitely not on his own until H2, H3, but this appears to have thrown him slightly off his prep. Although, as is often, we've spoken about this duality many a time on stream. You're unhappy you no longer know what to do. You're happy your opponent has not made the best move. So you have to balance those two things in your mind somehow. I do want to bring some breaking news from our other top-level clash, where in the position I was discussing between Vincent and Jorden, Jorden took some time after A2, A3 and decided he is not happy to wait and went for this concrete counterplay with knight H5, knight F4, which is not good, just straight up not good, because white can play bishop e3, and after knight f4, you can simply ignore the threats to your d3 pawn and play b2, b4. And this is quite unpleasant for black. I'm struggling to equalize this position. The point being that if you take on d3, for instance, with the queen first, this position is just straight up bad, because the knight comes to d5, your bishops are both pretty bad, but the one on g7 is obviously bad. But the one on c8 also, you can develop it to e6, but it gets completely mocked by the knight on d5. And what should you do after b4? The engine tries playing b7, b5 here to at least maybe get some material off the board on the queen side, but white calmly goes bishop a4, c2, now finally protecting the pawn on d3. And the black queen side is under severe threat. You can throw in queen d8, d7. I think Yasser will be very pleased this move exists. With ideas of knight takes g2 and queen takes h3, but white can deal with the threat in a number of ways. f2, f3 is pretty good, queen f3 is pretty good. And let's say after f3, eventually you will have to start making those trades. And this is how you end up in extremely risky structures on the queen side. Pretty much every single endgame now is going to be very bad. Yeah, I think Vincent's opening choice is being dramatically vindicated right now.
And especially d3, h3, because again, I love this idea very, very much of b4, knight f4, bishop e3. You're welcome to snack on the d3 pawn, but I'm going to snack on the c5 pawn, and he's played bishop e3.
Yeah.
You know, it was funny, Peter, because when you started with this whole line of knight f4, I thought you were going to suggest bishop takes c5, knight takes d3, and just dropping back with the bishop and say, go ahead and eat on b2.
Bishop c5, b7, b5, black is better.
What?
Shockingly,
b7,
because I think bishop
b5.
takes h3 happens. cb5, bishop takes h3 happens. gh, queen c8, and black suddenly develops a lot
That
of
came out of
counterplay.
nowhere.
Totally nowhere. I
wonder, there are
at
other choices of like even knight d5 here is actually pretty decent.
right?
But black appears to be surviving after e6, knight takes f4, e takes f4, bishop c5. The rook on f8 will die, but black gets decent positional compensation for it after something like this. Bishop f8, king f8. And honestly, I quite like this for black. If I get to play e6, e5, and then maybe I will start some direct ideas on the king side. This is just selling ourselves very short. So in a way, already bishop e3 on f4 and knight f4 on the board, this is a very important turning point here, because Vincent needs to realize he does not need to pay any attention to the threats to the d3 pawn, and then he'll be better.
But again, I think for many members of our audience, they might think to themselves, okay, I will pay attention to the threat of the d3 pawn.
Yeah,
aren't I still threatening to capture on c5 next?
It misplaces your good piece, and also gives black potentially, let's say, time to play a6, a5. And once again, if you take on c5, you run into bishop takes h3, queen c8. This appears to be just a very constant, constant tactic, which gives black a very good position.
I missed that whole thing. Sorry. What did he say?
Bishop takes h3, queen c8. It's
bishop takes h3,
on screen.
It's on his board on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's attacking the bishop on c5, but also queen h3 is coming with the mate, and our bishop's misplaced on c2 right now.
Yeah.
Right.
If we could jump it back to g2.
We'd be a happy campers.
Very happy.
Okay.
And all of these lines where white does something ill-advised and black suddenly springs into action, I think very much explain why Jorden, who is a very sharp tactical player, why he was attracted to the idea of knight h5, knight f4, because obviously all these lines where suddenly black develops a strong attack on the king side, they must look pretty nice to Jorden, but white is not obliged to cooperate.
Mm-hmm. So, should we praise Peter Leko, the other Peter, for this prep? Definitely the prep for Vincent worked out today.
It did.
Let's jump back to Anish and Prag. I think they have found a repetition and they have signed score sheets already.
Yeah, that went, once we saw how Anish handled queen a5 takes e5, we knew that this game was headed directly for a draw, and the players did find a repetition.
Yes, I think Anish was done after yesterday's game.
Yeah, again, both players will look back on this Bucharest tournament and think to themselves, I had great chances and I left a lot of points on the table in this one. And for Anish, I mean, his play was outstanding, except for the last 20 moves of his game with Daniel Deac. I mean, he looked like he was the one pushing in that one. Okay, a draw is our first result in, well, I could say second result after the forfeit win. Our first result in the final day of Bucharest.
Now that we're here, I wanted to take you guys' temperature on something.
Sure. A reading.
If we go to the game between Javokhir and Wesley.
All right, let's jump to that
and go back to not the current position though. I want to start a bit earlier. Yeah, let's go back after king f1. Let's say takes. No, go a bit further.
Go further.
Yeah, on my board actually.
Okay.
Let's say king f1. And looking at the position on my board, if we ignore the fact that bishop c7 exists, I wanted to ask both of you, how would you position your king side? Let's say, do you play h6 or do you play h5? Because
probably h5 and g6.
I would just play h6 and not touch the pawns.
Further?
My argument here is, and Wesley chose h5 and g6, and generally I would trust Wesley over myself in the matters of endgame and positional play maybe, and specifically in all things to do with Berlin endgames. But this is very far away and probably never materializes. But if I somehow manage to play f3 and g4 here, we are creating a potential target on the square where white has a bishop and we don't. And if I played h6, I feel like it would be much harder for white to actually create a threat of any kind on the king side. So I'm a bit surprised this is the structure Wesley chose. But I wanted to check in with you because as I said, I'm not entirely sure I trust my own assessment here.
I liked h5 and g6. I also like bishop c7 and bishop b6 just to hunt down the bishop. I think they're heading inevitably towards a draw. The one thing that you're saying, Peter, there is the matter of the two bishops, and I think that deserves to be addressed shortly.
Well, now that the bishop has gone to f4, you can no longer chase it down. It will retreat to somewhere like d2 if you chase it now.
Right.
So you have to play. In a different fashion.
Played knight c7.
Played knight c7. Yeah, it's very logical. I think it belongs on d5 or e6, but probably g5.
I think this game will go on for a while, yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Let's take our first break, and as we go to break, there's an interview one-on-one with Vincent Keymer. So enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
Vincent, welcome to Romania, welcome to Grand Chess Tour. This year you come as a full tour player. Before you played as a wild card in Poland 2024. What are your impressions, what are your feelings before the start of the GCT?
Yeah, well, I'm really looking forward to this season, of course. You know, it's an honor to be part of this tour and also to get to play the classical events. It will be also my first time in St. Louis, you know, and this time for a full month. Usually I was always following it, so of course now being part of it and being able to play there is, I think it will be great.
Absolutely, and you played in 24 in Poland. Like, which kind of experience it was, and like, which conclusions have you made?
And I still need to improve. That didn't go so well for me. It's of course a very tough event, but generally I think also Rapid Blitz events, they kind of differ from the classical events because they more depend on the like daily form and how things are going, while here it's a bit more like based on preparation and, you know, just a bit calmer overall.
Yes, and speaking about improvement, I think you've improved a lot last couple of years, and you raised all the way to number 4 in the world. What can you say about it, and like what have you changed in your approach that lead to such a great success?
Yeah, I think I didn't change anything. It's the weird thing in chess that no one can predict when you will make that jump or if you will make that jump. Basically, all I did is just continue with my training and try to improve, and at some moment it just worked out. And yeah, if someone asks me why exactly, I can't even tell. So it's just, you know, last year, basically in May or like April, I was 2.720, and at the end of the year it was 2.776, which is of course a huge jump in that region. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it means that I'm a better chess player. It just means that I had potential that I kind of used and things went my way in that period.
Yeah, but you are working with one of the top chess players in the world, Peter Leko. How is it your work with him, and like how enjoyable it is to actually have him next to you all these years? Oh,
it's great, really great, and I think it's also one of the main reasons why I am where I am. So, you know, we started working already in end of 2017, so it's already a really long time. And, you know, of course, having him by my side, I'm sure has played a really big role in, you know, my improvement.
Many people said that you have like really mature style. Is it because of him, you think?
I think in big parts, of course. I mean, obviously the coach that you have and like the view you have about chess is shaped by him in many ways.
Yeah. You're coming from a musical family, and do you play any instrument yourself, and how music influenced your chess?
I don't think music really influenced my chess. I do play the piano, but I kind of had to let go of that for quite a while now. Simply just no time left.
So you're not playing in your daily life anymore, and you're not planning to come back?
You know, if I had the time once, I would like to come back. But, you know, if I had the time is a typical chess player answer, which usually means not anytime soon.
Germany has obviously many strong players, but not so many players lately made it to the top as you did. Do you think you're also like trying to give an example to younger generation? Like, do you feel it's this way a little bit?
I mean, I would like to, but it's not easy, of course. I think Germany, just for many people, they have to go to school till they're like 17, 18. And of course, in comparison to many other countries, that gives them less opportunities to train a lot and play the best tournaments. And of course, it's not that easy, like to actually become, or even choose, that it makes sense to choose the path of becoming chess professional in Germany. Many things need to work out for you. So of course, I would like to be kind of a role model in that way, that it's possible, and to motivate young children to maybe try at least and pursue that career. But I also fully understand if people choose something else.
Are you excited before this event, and to whom are you excited to play against the most?
Actually, I think it will be my first time playing Alireza in a classical game, which does feel weird to say because, you know, we have both been around for quite a long time, and we have played against each other in Rapid and Blitz, but never in a classical game. So I think that will be interesting.
Yes, thank you so much, Vincent, for your time for this interview, and I wish you all the best of luck in this event and in GCT itself.
Thank you.
Wesley So was born in the Philippines in 1993 and learned chess at a young age, quickly emerging as one of the country's brightest talents. Raised in a modest environment, So devoted himself to the game with remarkable focus and determination. By 16, he had become one of the youngest grandmasters in the world. As his career progressed, Wesley So gained international recognition for his calm style, positional mastery, and incredible consistency under pressure. In search of greater opportunities, he later transferred federations and began representing the United States, joining one of the strongest national chess teams in history. So's breakthrough on the world stage came from a series of elite tournament victories. In 2016, he won the prestigious Grand Chess Tour, outperforming many of the world's top players. Around the same period, he achieved the extraordinary unbeaten streak in classical chess, going more than 60 games without a loss against elite competition. Known for his disciplined and resilient play, Wesley So also became one of the strongest rapid and chess 960 players in the world. In 2019, he won the first official Fischer Random World Championship, defeating world champion Magnus Carlsen in the final. Beyond his achievements, Wesley So's journey reflects perseverance, humility, and dedication. From a young chess prodigy in the Philippines to one of the world's elite grandmasters, he has inspired countless players with his quiet confidence and relentless pursuit of excellence. Born in 2005 in India, Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu emerged as one of the brightest prodigies in modern chess. Known simply as Pragg, he showed extraordinary talent from a young age, becoming an international master at 10 and one of the youngest grandmasters in history at just 12 years old. Raised in a family passionate about chess, Praggnanandhaa trained alongside his sister, while his calm focus and remarkable calculation skills quickly drew worldwide attention. As he climbed through the ranks, he earned victories against some of the strongest players in the world, including multiple wins over reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen. His breakthrough on the global stage came during elite international tournaments, where his fearless style and maturity stunned veteran grandmasters. In 2023, Praggnanandhaa made it to the Chess World Cup final, becoming one of the youngest players ever to compete for a spot at the very top of world chess. Beyond trophies and rankings, Pragg became a symbol of India's new chess revolution, a generation of young talents reshaping the future of the game. Quiet, disciplined, and relentlessly determined, he earned admiration for his composure under pressure and his ability to thrive against elite competition. For Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu, chess is a blend of creativity, precision, and resilience. And with every tournament, the young grandmaster from India continues to show that the next era of chess may belong to him.
And we're back. Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of this event. Let's take a look at the standings to see what to expect today. Who can win this event?
We have two results if you count the forfeit.
Yes, also that. So there's a tie for first. Fabiano, Caruana, and Vincent Keymer are leading the event. 3 players are chasing them. It looks like 4, but it's because Anish just finished this game.
Right.
And yet there was already a result. Anish drew against Pragg, and Bogdan got a 3-day forfeit win against Alireza.
And big fights going on for the first prize. I do think that Sindarov and Wesley are drawing their way, although...
Just to remind everyone, the pairings, our marquee matchups for the first place, it's Vincent Keymer against Jorden van Foreest.
Right.
MVL's not fighting for first, but Fabi definitely is. And then Javokhir and Wesley also have a chance if one of them pulls off a win.
Exactly. I was just saying, in the game of Sindarov and Wesley, it feels like a draw is the most potential, but then we learned from Wilhelm Steinitz that the 2 bishops in 3 versus 3, he won a few examples of how the 2 bishops can win the game. Peter, do you think that Sindarov's chances are there, reasonable?
Not non-existent, but not large. I wouldn't think, especially against Wesley.
Right.
Against somebody who knows exactly what he's doing, and I think he He figured out where he wants his pieces to go. I think on the topic I brought up before the break, on the topic of structures, maybe he even plays f7, f5 here. And just
So, for example, bishop d2.
Yeah, I think f7, f5 here is maybe not unplayable.
And saying, okay, I've got a weakness, but there's no real way your bishop's going to be able to
creating a kind of a
land on f7.
Wave breaker on the king side and saying, yeah, this is very, very solid. Try to find a way in. And f3, g4 remains a plan, but it's going to be so difficult to organize with the pawn on h4 also being a bit of a target potentially. I think Wesley holds this. I think he's not even particularly troubled holding this, frankly.
All right. So if these two players do draw, it means they have no chance, of getting into a playoff.
If we do have a playoff, he will definitely be a two-way playoff, either between Fabi and Vincent or Jorden and Fabi.
There you go. Let's jump to that game between Vincent and Jorden, because at this moment, after the move knight f4, we're thinking that Vincent has a very good position, and he could play the move b2, b4. He's not worried about the loss of the d3 pawn.
He played queen d2 instead, which is also a very decent option. This completely rules out any captures on d3. I think not knowing that before is that strong, I think is very easy to decide why do I need to give up a central pawn if I don't have to. It also, I think, blunts all of the ideas of bishop takes h3, queen c8, because now we will take on f4 twice, not once, but twice. So we're not worried about the king side. And we're going to be playing b2, b4 next move with a very decent edge. The immediate b4 was maybe slightly more forcing, but this is still a very solid decision. Black probably ends up playing something like b7, b6, b4, and knight e6. But then we go rook a, b1, and it's a pleasant position for white, maybe slightly less of an advantage than he could have gotten, but still a pleasant edge for Vincent.
Yeah. I didn't quite understand one line. We've already seen queen d2. This is one line. I didn't quite understand you were saying, Peter.
Knight e6.
Knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes b2, d4. You didn't look at the move d4. You only looked at bishop f8.
d4 is better here than rook a2. Rook a2 is just a mistake in this position. d3, d4 is much stronger. But the position after bishop takes a1, queen takes a1, and the engine goes b7, b5 here.
b7, b5.
And says we are probably saving this position.
Wow.
Because if you don't take on f8 straight away, the rook will actually run away. We are giving ourselves the e8 square. And if you go c takes b5, black has bishop d7.
Your rook is going to e8?
No, if you depart with the bishop, yeah. But if you go c b5, I play bishop d7 here.
Bishop d7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is very concrete, and I understand why you're worried here with black, because your dark squares look abysmal. But it seems like you can't really avoid taking on f8 eventually. And if you do have to take on f8, this probably liquidates into some kind of a draw.
Gotcha. All right, that explains that. And so from the current position, queen d2, and Vincent is saying, I'm keeping all my pluses, including the fact that you have a bad pawn. I will in time play b2, b4, and or knight d5. And you were saying that Jorden is probably ending up playing b6.
Jorden began with knight e6, but after b4 he'll play b6 almost certainly. You do not want to be taking on b4 in that position.
So he defends c5, b2, b4, b7, b6, you're expecting.
I think so. You can throw in f7, f5, but the thing is there's just pretty much never any attack on the king side. White just plays f3. And I think all that does is slightly weaken the black king side. I do not believe, with the way the center is currently, I do not believe in any kind of an attack in this, on the king side from black.
Looks like an easy game for Vincent, and that begs the question, how is Fabi doing?
Let's check, because we have some updates there. Fabi's king has castled.
Long. Okay.
Long, definitely long.
So Maxime did play the move b2, b3, and he's simply saying, look, I'm ready to solve my castling problems, bishop b2 castles, or maybe, as Peter even pointed out,
in some positions you can
and sacrifice a rook and play g6 and go after the king. But okay, Fabi said, I will bite the bullet and castle long.
Yeah, this seems to be
Wow.
completely fine for black. You can go bishop b2, bishop takes d6, take on d6 and castle long, but black will play rook h d8 and...
I think you have to put it on your board.
Sure.
Peter.
So if you play bishop b2 here, that's still your board. Because it's not real. Now it is mine, yeah. Okay, so bishop b2, we can still take on d6 using the fact that bishop takes d4, bishop b4 check is just straight up good for black. So white pretty much always takes the bishop on d6 off the board, castles long, we go rook h to d8, and we want to play c5 and bishop b7 in short order, in some order. And my initial reaction was this has to be maybe slightly better for white, but no. Bishop b7, c5 is more or less unstoppable, and that knight on d4 is so strong that black is in no trouble whatsoever. White is also not worse, but I think in practical terms I'm probably picking black long term because I think it's easier for me to imagine how you misplay this with white than how you misplay this with black, although the actual numbers on my screens are all zeros. Fabi did have an option after b3 not to play d5 straight away. He could have played knight f5, let's say, and then castle long and played d5 that way. But what he's doing, I think, is best. It simplifies the position somewhat, but it's the correct way to play. And one way to maybe get a slightly different position here is to move bishop a3.
I wanted to ask that
Which would have won the game on the spot if not for queen a5 check, of course. Now you have to play king f2 because it looks like maybe you can protect things with b4, but that doesn't protect anything. Queen takes a3 still exists because of the fork on the c2 square. So we play king f2 instead. Black has to take on a3. Black has to take on d6. It looks like a7 is hanging, but the king on f2 is also not very safe. This is a much messier position. For instance, white can go rook h to d1. You probably have to take on f4. And now white, interestingly, of the two pawns that white can capture here, the engine prefers queen takes g7. Because if you take on a7, we throw bishop b8 to begin with, so that we don't get immediately mated on the queen side. And then you have to start worrying about some counterplay with queen b2 check. And the engine thinks this is fine for black. For some reason, again, it takes on g7, which feels completely irrelevant to anything, but appears to be the strongest move. And this is still equal, but the lines are a bit outlandish, because rook g8, queen takes f7, rook d f8, I can at least understand. We're trying to play against the king on f2. This is human. The first line on my screen, though, is the move bishop f4 h2, which definitely isn't. I'm guessing we want to stop the king from running towards the h1 square. The engine actually even prefers black a little bit in this position, which is a shocker. Yeah, if we go in this direction, if MVL actually decides to go bishop a3, we are in for a wild ride, because these are very sharp, very concrete positions.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Peter. And let's take a look at head-to-head between MVL and Fabi. They've known each other their entire lives.
They have a history.
They are about same age, and look at that. Total of 48 games, classical alone, 33 draws, but 2-1 advantage for Fabi, 10 wins and 5 losses.
When you see this head-to-head, you go, wow. Then you understand why Garry Kasparov called Anatoly Karpov his perpetual opponent, because he had like 120 games. Classical. Yes, between them. And again, sorry, Peter, this whole line, I mentioned earlier that it reminded me of a Scotch position. And in this line with King F2, it really does forcibly remind me of a Scotch, because very oftentimes in a Scotch, black has a bishop on a6, that when you see the move queen takes a7, I think we were actually including rook d1. I apologize.
You can start with queen a7 here as well. Black will play bishop b8, and it remains a mess.
I definitely wanted to include rook d1, bishop takes f4, queen takes a7. Like I say, it really reminds me of a Scotch, because this bishop on a6, oftentimes in a Scotch, is like the misplaced piece. It's like the. I'm looking at king g1, and you had mentioned bishop b8, and the computer actually favors black.
Well, slightly favors black. Queen b6, bishop b7, and suddenly bishop a7 is a threat. Yeah,
which is like, how awkward, how rude. You know, like the queen was injuring Black's king.
Yeah, it's
and
not
then,
fair to get trapped on a good square.
Like,
Yeah.
like what's wrong?
White still has a quality with knight c5 here, luckily. Otherwise, he would be in trouble.
Yeah, knight c5, and that was my question, because aren't I a move away from mating you?
Queen a7.
Only move.
Queen
No,
Queen
maybe
a7,
not.
and suddenly it's just an equal endgame.
Everything ends in equality.
Yep, exactly,
Wow.
exactly as Yasser has shown. Queen takes b7 is important, not to pin your own knight, and this should be a draw.
Yeah, bishops of opposite
And
color.
this should be a draw.
Crazy. Wow, you play the sharpest variation.
Whoa,
I think
things
we
have
should jump to the other
progressed.
game. Yes, Jordan's last move is not approved by the engine.
Okay, I'm going to switch.
Vincent might have a big advantage right now
I'm switching from
if he finds the right
MDL
move.
to Vincent's game. We saw queen d2, knight pop back to e6, b2, b4 as expected.
Yeah.
Peter was prescribing b7, b6 to try to maintain the pawn on c5. Jorden said, no, you can have it. Vincent said, don't mind if I do. Captures and queen a5.
Queen a5 is a big mistake. He could have taken on h3 here, by the way. He would still be worse, but that's at least somewhat playable. If you take on h3, white can't really do anything about it, but you just play rook a to b1. Eventually the bishop will have to go. I guess a b1 is even simpler, but it probably shouldn't matter a great deal. The bishop goes back to c8, we go knight d5. We're better. The thing about queen a5, though, and I think Vincent sees it, because I think maybe he even saw it before and he was kind of setting this as a trap. Queen a5 would have been a somewhat playable move, actually, probably stronger than bishop takes h3, if not for the fact that knight d5 wins by force.
Wins by force.
Knight d5, and you have to take on a4, otherwise what are you doing with your life? Queen takes c5, queen b4 is unspeakably horrible. That is just so bad. And after queen a4, white goes bishop takes d4 first, he takes d4, knight b6, and knight takes a8, and the knight escapes. And
Knight, how does it escape?
I go back to b6.
Well,
Yeah,
I
we
take on
go-
c5.
queen
Queen
b4, I
b4.
guess, and then knight b6, yeah.
Black
then
bishop
knight.
is too far.
Maybe we even have time to play rook b1, but queen b4 is even more forcing.
Vincent's down to 36 minutes, but
He's
see his
looking
face right
around
now,
like, wait a
is this
minute.
a blunder?
Isn't this just bad?
Am I just winning?
Yeah, for sure. So knight d5 right now, offering the
That
bishop.
does happen, Yasser. Jorden losing the last 2 rounds while having a fantastic event.
Seriously, and boy, that will really sting, because losing the last round of a tournament hurts. You know, you just like that's your final memory. Losing the last 2, that hurts.
You don't even want to think about the
Ooh,
tournament
no,
after that.
Yeah, no matter how well you were doing. And he was doing well, as you saw in those pie charts, his stats. At one time, statistically, he was looking like a potential winner, was Jorden, but losing yesterday. And right now, knight d5, Vincent, he's being, this is a fantastic opportunity.
And I'm sure he sees it, honestly, because he looks like a person who is trying to understand why he is not winning.
Exactly.
Like, what does my opponent know that makes him play this move, which is obviously bad, the kind of a facial expression that says
Exactly.
all of those things. Yeah.
He looks very confused.
Like, wait a minute,
But
what
in a
am I
good way. It's
missing?
like,
Yeah.
am I getting this chance, really?
And there's really not that much to analyze. You've got to
It's all
take a bishop,
straightforward.
as Peter explained. You play queen a5, attacking the bishop. You follow
Do you think
through.
that's what Jorden missed in between bishop takes d4?
No,
What
because that's
Maybe, yeah, because otherwise there would be some forks somewhere,
Right.
yeah.
But this fork, I mean, we live for these moments in the opening of knight c7, check, grabbing the rook in the corner, and we just have to make sure whenever we grab the rook in the corner that the knight gets out. And guess what? The knight
It does, yeah.
does get out.
Maybe, if we want to be generous, maybe Jorden thought knight takes a8, bishop takes h3. And if white were obliged to take on h3, maybe this wouldn't have been completely lost. But knight b6 is extremely strong here. Knight b6 coming to d5, queen takes c5, knight d5, and then queen b4 or queen g5.
And Vincent has played knight d5?
Yeah,
As
I'm
expected.
sure.
And
He saw it when
Jorden-
taking on c5.
didn't flinch. I mean, he just kind of like, he had already reconciled. I mean, you play Queen A5, and what was he thinking? He was thinking that the bishop would withdraw, he would take on C5, regain his pawn, and have a reasonable position. And then while his opponent was thinking, he's probably saying, what am I doing after knight D5? And not liking the answer.
Yeah.
By the way, it's a bit early, but I want to say, if Vincent wins this,
And he's
that's
looking-
100% with the white pieces against this field.
Well, then the field was very happy he got fed 5 blacks, right?
That is actually 100% with the white pieces.
Wow.
Discounting the win against Alireza, which was also supposedly with the white pieces, but that wasn't played.
Right.
He beat Bogdan-Daniel Deac in round 2, then he won that brilliant knight off against MVL, and then this game.
Right. Just get rid of that. Queen A5, knight D5 on the board, and right now, well, I can see from my chess thermometer, the reading is...
White is winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And frankly, there's nothing to discuss. You can't play queen takes D2. There's an intermezzo, not that you necessarily need it, but that is a second pawn. As Peter said, this is an unmentionable...
Why is it so terrible? Let's say I take the queen and defend the E7 pawn, play E6. Let's say.
Yeah, but then how's your bishop on C8 going to
Now,
make any moves in
I've
this game?
said goodbye to that bishop. Yes.
Yeah.
yeah,
B8. This is worse than being down in exchange.
well, it's not a rock star, that bishop on C8. It may
Only
never
one
play.
question remains is how are we winning this?
Yeah.
Because we're going to have unlimited time to find a plan, but we still need to find a plan of some sort. I guess C5 and then maybe F4 as an opportune moment.
Yeah, I mean, just there's no answer to how we're going to develop
Oh,
this.
no, there's a concrete solution, by the way.
There is.
If you go rook B8, bishop D4, ED4, and then a very cute tactic I have not seen maybe ever. Bishop A4, D7.
Oh, that's
Capturing the bishop on C8.
nice. Forcing my hand to like fork my own rooks.
Yeah.
Right.
Which means that you might have to play rook A7, but if you play rook A7, I think we know
Then
how
you're
that
down a
ends.
bishop and a rook for the rest of the game.
We know how that ends. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, the move.
So probably Fabi is seeing this. He's like, okay, I have to win my game now.
Oh boy, does he ever! Because it's.
Fabi is not
This
in love
look-
with this.
This looks absolutely dreadful. There are positions where you're down material, but you have some counterplay. Here you're not up any
No,
material,
we don't
but
see
there's
any
no
anyways. See Fabi
counterplay.
walking around. He's definitely seen Vincent's position.
And for Vincent, what a debut he is making in the Grand Chess Tour. This is his first time in the Grand Chess Tour.
He's the full tour participant.
He's a
yes.
full tour participant.
The first
and-
time in classical, I believe he's played in Rapid and Blitz.
And his road to victory has not been easy. I mean, he had to come back from some,
Sindarov's loss, and then yesterday defended so well against Fabi.
wow, yeah. I want to say, if he wins, he won it the hard way. It wasn't through just a smooth progression.
And in about 2 days, he's going to Norway Chess, where he's going to face Magnus. No.
Yeah, that's a very good
No rest
lineup.
for the-
Very
No
good
rest for
lineup,
him.
by the way. Magnus, and then 4 players from here: Vincent, Alireza, Wesley, and Prague, and a certain Gukesh, rounding out the field.
Wow, great field. Good luck to our friends in Stavanger, Norway, for a great event coming up for them. Knight D5, and again, from Jordan's point of view, I mean, here I have to take the bishop. I'm not taking the queen. I have to take the bishop, and
I mean, he has no good options. He's
Well,
just trying to see what is the least painful option.
well, I'm back to this.
We take on d4
Sorry,
first.
this forking, the queen and the rook business. And I was just trying to imagine if there's some way of moving the bishop, getting in e6, but we have some what ifs.
Yes,
to
let's
discuss.
have a look at our graphics of what ifs. He did take queen a4, by the way. So if Fabi wins and Vincent doesn't, Fabi wins the tournament.
Bingo.
Same goes for Vincent. If he wins and Fabi doesn't, then Vincent wins the tournament. Now, if one Foreest wins and Fabi loses, one Foreest can win the tournament outright.
And that's the 1%.
That's, yes,
That-
2%.
that we saw. And actually, at the moment, it looks more like if Vincent wins, because he has a winning position.
Look at Fabi watching the game.
Yeah, an interested spectator,
and,
you might say.
Vincent, Jorden did find the absolute best way to create at least some problems, because queen takes c5 after knight takes c8 is the move we kind of ignored, and it's by far the best shot.
That's the one I asked. Then you said queen b4 and white wins.
Yeah, queen b4 does win, but it's trickier than I thought. After queen b4, black can play queen h5, specifically h5. It's much stronger than g5. If you play queen g5, creating threats of bishop takes h3, f2, f4 actually is useful for white. We are very happy playing f2, f4 here. But queen h5, now if I go knight b6, this is just fine for black. Bishop takes h3, and there is enough counterplay to give a perpetual. You have to play queen takes e7 to take away some of the squares on the king side. Black should still take on h3 twice. Now we have to play, well, d6, g5. We need to control the g3 square, basically. So we play queen g5, rook takes a8. And now d3 is hanging, so we have to include queen g5, g3. But now the attack is gone. Black, let's say, goes queen d7, we go a3, a4. We should win this. Exchange up, counterplay is basically over, b7 is going to be weak, every endgame is lost. But this is not as lost as I originally thought. I thought there would be just no counterplay whatsoever. But this is at least something. We destroyed the white king side. The king is somewhat bare on g1. You absolutely continue playing here.
Agreed, yeah.
Yeah, and once again, that line from the current position, it goes queen b4, queen h5.
Queen h5, only move. If you don't play queen h5, you are basically done.
Queen h5, queen e7, bishop h3.
And does white have to take on e7 after queen h5?
Yeah, everything else is... e4, e5 is still slightly better for white, a move that nobody makes in this position. Yeah, for some reason this is second best, and yeah, this is just not a move you can make, I don't think. I have no idea why it's any good.
You defend b7.
Yeah.
You take on b7,
that is,
you defend g2.
Very good by Yasser, actually,
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you take on e7.
Too deep.
Yeah. If after queen takes c5 you play rook a b1, which I thought was also very strong, maybe this is objectively pretty decent. The engine goes b7, b5, and now, actually, I suspect this is just winning if we let the engine think long enough, and maybe this is what you're supposed to choose. C takes b5, queen a7, and now we do lose our knight. But I suspect this position ends up being just completely winning for white. The rook lands on c7, the bishop on g7 is completely out of play. But I don't know if it's easy to choose.
This isn't the material,
because
comfortable material win.
On paper, we are now down material with white, or at least level-ish.
But it looks more winning to me.
Yeah, but I don't like exposing the king on g1 to the elements. But this you need to evaluate very cleanly, because if you're wrong about this, you've given up quite a lot of material. Black has two bishops. If the b pawn doesn't win, this could be just completely fine for black.
Yeah, critical moment for Vincent.
So yeah,
Which
interesting choice for Vincent here. And having taken some time to think, the engine really thinks that position with the pawn on b6 is completely winning for white. But yeah, I don't know if it's so immediately obvious.
Well, Vincent will probably take a long time figuring out which variation to go for. Should we check how Fabi's doing?
Absolutely. We're going to switch boards over to Maxime. And when we left it, a crucial moment right here after Fabi castled, whether to play the move bishop b2 or bishop a3. I liked what I was seeing with bishop a3, but as Peter showed us, you go down the main pathway and it ends in a draw. So bishop b2 was Maxime's choice. Bishop takes, knight takes, rook takes, castles, rook d8. Yeah. And you were saying, Peter, that, well, you rather liked what black had in mind, c5, bishop b7, and you can see how white loses these games.
But I think still it's a lot easier to control for MVL. I think that the reason he chose this over bishop a3 is that bishop a3 is chaos, and this is not really all that chaotic. And play could continue. Let's say we can go rook he1 in this position.
Your board.
Yeah, on my board, rook he1, we can play the immediate c5, allows white to push a little bit. Somehow bishop b7 is more precise. I don't quite understand why, but bishop b7 is a bit more precise. And now, for instance, you can play queen d3, e4, and if black plays c5, we just trade on b7, play g5, g6 in the end, and this ends up being some kind of a drawn rook ending pretty quickly. Black has to take on g6, f6 you're actually worse. But after f takes g6, bishop takes d4, I mean, nobody's winning any of these positions. It's just a draw.
Right.
So I think MVL definitely got surprised in the opening today. So at a number of crucial turning points in the game, he chose the conservative options. And he ended up in a position where he is no longer better, but he is also not running very many risks. It's, I think, very understandable from him when you see this line for the first time, or perhaps he had analyzed it at some point, but not today. This is not a line you want to ad-lib. You probably will not enjoy the experience of trying to solve all of these problems against somebody who is very well prepared over the board.
A lot of problems, a lot of challenging problems to solve.
Actually, maybe it's a little bit unlucky for Fabiano that Maxime is not playing for a win today because it doesn't affect the tournament standings.
Right.
Because if Maxime also had a chance for first place, he would take more risks as well.
Exactly. It's, for example, playing against Jorden, who needs a win.
I think that's a bit harsh, because I think, I mean, Maxime picking up the gauntlet and going knight takes c6 and d5 is quite ambitious. White has a lot of bailouts in this line. I don't think he wasn't playing for a win exactly. No. I think he got surprised, and then he, the risk-reward was probably not right for him to go for.
Right, but if he absolutely had to play for a win, then it would have been exactly what Fabio wanted.
Hope for,
yes.
Yeah, to get a double-edged game with both players going a little nuts. Yeah. Rook d8, and
because I think for Maxime, he has not had a particularly great Warsaw Rapid and Blitz. He ended up with only 3 tour points from that, and I think a win today would have gone very, very well for him. Like it would propel him to very much to the upper half of the.
I mean, beating Fabiano anytime, anywhere is like.
It's good. It's a good thing.
Just a good standalone result, of course.
Right.
But, he needs GCT points. But when you see knight e3, knight f5, all of a sudden, over the board, going for those really messy lines against somebody who's blitzing, and you perhaps have looked at that like 2 years ago and never repeated it since. Very few people actually do that.
No.
And let's jump back, because Jorden did find the only move, queen h5, the best move.
Okay, returning to Vincent.
So Vincent chose queen before line, where he's going for the material, but now his king will be a little bit exposed after bishop h3.
Yeah, you have to allow bishop takes h3 now in some version.
Jorden is dreaming of bishop takes h3 and queen g4, or some kind of a perpetual based on White not having a lot of pieces around his game.
Let's have a look at the line score of Vincent, how incredible his tournament has been.
At one time, he was simply cruising.
Yes, draw with black, win with white. Draw with black, win with white. Perfect recipe. It was round 7 where he lost to Sindarov and threw him off a little bit, but he came back, drew with black against Fabiano.
A very difficult, challenging game.
And today it's all in his hands. If he wins again, he might be winning the tournament without playoffs.
And Peter, from the current position, and you're facing bishop takes h3, you were showing us lines with queen e7 and queen g5. Is that still the best?
By far the best, yeah. E5 is playable, but I suspect actually brings the game, it gets closer to equality than to a massive white advantage. Black has to play very precisely. E5 bishop takes e5, for instance, loses. But e5 bishop f5 or e5
Hold on,
Bishop
I don't
takes.
think we're on your board.
Yeah, so bishop b5, queen e7 is bad, but both bishop takes h3, g takes h3, and then this very strange looking move b7, b5, stopping the queen from getting to the long diagonal. This is a mess now. It's much more of a mess, I think, that white wants. Or you could go e5, bishop f5, and you end up picking the pawn on d3. And I think from the white perspective, you just don't like this. This does not look clean. The bishops achieve a lot of freedom, and your position is... I wouldn't even be sure I was better here with white, frankly. If I got here and I thought, okay, I'm probably doing okay because I have two rooks and you only have one, but
Right.
I have my knight on a8 still. Black now has, for some reason, a passer in the center, which really wasn't supposed to happen.
Yeah.
I'd be quite worried. No, I think you're supposed to play queen takes e7 here.
I'm always impressed by these games that I've seen Anish Giri playing as white against a King's Indian defense. And he's played a4 and rook a3, and he's defended h3. Let me just play a terrible move, f3, with the idea that if you take, rook a2.
Bishop h6 needs to be considered.
Ooh, bishop coming to
Bishop
d3.
h.
That's so sneaky.
That was the... I've missed it. I was thinking that if you take on a8, I was ready to take on b7, nicely defend the king side. Bishop h6. There's a reason why I need you to have a pawn on f4.
Vincent's best taking queen e7, best move in the position.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop takes h3, absolutely necessary. Already actually has been played.
Even.
Now, if you don't take the
quickly.
bishop, it's just a draw,
Be careful.
an immediate draw. So he will take. He knows what's required here.
I think we'll do it on your board. I'll just keep the live position.
Queen takes h3, and as I mentioned, choose some square from which the queen can get to g3 next move. d6, g5, c7, they're all basically the same line.
Right? So g5.
Let's say g5, black finally has to take on a8 because otherwise the knight will actually escape. We go queen g3.
Defending the pawn.
Yeah,
on
the queen
d3.
probably drops back to d7 so that the b7 pawn is not hanging. And now you can go rook a b1 straight away. You can play 3 a4. This is now a matter of taste. I guess rook a b1 is slightly faster. If black plays b5,
He has
we
captured.
take, and go rook fc1.
They have captured twice on h3.
Yes, and we're waiting for Vincent's move. Which square is he going to choose for the queen? But it doesn't seem to matter because it's going to end up on g3 anyways.
I guess c7 might be the
Yes,
most
c7 is...
fumbling, awkward way of getting
That's kind
it.
of showing off.
Yeah,
If you play
exactly.
queen c7 here, that really
Yeah.
is...
I think everyone goes queen g5,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
I think everybody does, yeah.
And so the current position, the analysis position that you have on your board, oops, we lost it there. How the engine evaluated that as
Much,
winning?
much better for white. Close to winning, yeah.
Close to winning.
+2.
But it's a kind of a +2 where you don't call it winning just yet because the king on g1 is somewhat unsafe, but it's very difficult to organize significant counterplay against it, actually. It's with the queen on g3 and the king on g2, the white structure is protecting it, I think, just enough.
By the way, I didn't quite realize it, but Vincent's time appears to have been ticking away.
Yeah, definitely. He's below 25 minutes, while Jorden still has more than an hour, but
Well,
I
I'm
don't
thinking
think Vincent
about
needs
it.
too much time in this position, right?
By the way,
forgive
while
me.
we wait for Vincent to decide, I think I know what's happening in Wesley's game. And Wesley found a very cute way, I think. Although, no, you can't do that at all. No. Okay, let's not go there then.
So there is a perpetual, but it's not the usual perpetual that you would have expected.
Wait,
Is that
wait.
a perpetual?
There was briefly
Bishop-
black winning
yeah.
on our screen.
There-
If you go to h3 with the queen on f4, I think you lose
Bishop
to
b5,
b5,
right? Probably wins the game.
Yeah.
Sweet. So
Queen
that,
went to g5. It's
Yeah.
proof that Vincent is a human and not...
I am not a robot. I will play queen to g5.
Successfully passed the capture.
Yeah.
And as you were saying, you don't take the knight, it's ready to skedaddle. So we take the knight. We're ready to take this pawn on d3, queen back. And here, I actually thought that we do have all of these moves, by the way. Takes on a8, queen g3. These are, I did like the move a3, a4.
Just to stop b5,
But I want to say, I thought a4 is very logical, but it gives Black a tempo to go like, I don't know, rook c8, c5. Rook a b1, tell me why are you worried about rook a b1? What's...
I don't know, I guess b5.
Exactly, and there was, which is why let's put this on the board. Instead of...
Put it on your board, please.
Sure. After queen d7, rook a b1. My idea was also, why am I allowing b7, b5 here? Otherwise, I very much like rook b1, rook b6, rook fb1. This looks fast and good.
I play...
But after b5, the engine goes cb5, ab5, rook c1, and lands it on c7. And
c7.
And let's say rook takes a3, we go rook c7, force you to play, let's say, queen e8, and go rook c5 and takes b5. This is bad. I think this is definitely good enough for white to choose.
I think Vincent has said, once again, I am a human being. I want to play rook b1 to b6 and not allow you to play
Well, he hasn't
b5.
played anything yet. He's still waiting up to queen
d7.
a4.
No, queen d7 was just played by Jorden.
Oh, okay, so hold on. I don't have the live position. How is that possible? Click live? He has not played. You're right.
When in doubt, you can go by video, and on video the pawn is still on a3, which is how I was confident in my predictions there. Yeah, I think both are good. Probably both win long term, and the question is, how worried are you about giving Black a single tempo to, I don't know, make some kind of a rook leaf, dreaming to land it on h5 maybe in 3 moves time. Let's say if we go a3, a4 here, Black goes, I don't know, rook e8, rook ab1, rook e5. You play rook b6.
Yes.
Actually, rook b6, queen d8, we're in trouble. Well, not much trouble, but we actually did blunder something, and we are unhappy. So you play something like, I don't know, king g2, Black goes h6, f4, rook h5. We are probably still winning, but it starts requiring precision, because a4 is hanging. Black did successfully provoke us to play f2, f4, which makes our king even less safe.
Safer.
Yeah. This is very cooperative. I mean, many of these moves were not great. Like if you do play a4 after rook e8, you probably aren't supposed to play rook b1 at all. You play either king g2 or maybe f2, f4 to stop rook e5 from happening altogether. As I said, I'm sure it still wins objectively, and he has played a4. Yeah, man of culture. Once again, passing the human test. We all wanted a4. It's just that maybe you can play faster and be more direct. But very, very easy to understand the thought process that leads you to play to a4, a3, a4 in this position.
Absolutely. Whoa. So we really like Vincent's position very, very much, in fact. And that means that it's the tournament rests in Fabi's hands. If he does not win his game, it looks like Vincent
will be the champion, yes, and will not have playoffs. And I will make my flight.
And all is well in the village as well.
But how can Fabi play for a win in this position? I feel like a lot of trades are coming on the d-file, right?
Kind of inevitable. Peter was pointing out some line where bishop b7, some combination of bishop b7 and c5 was played. And what Peter did was he traded everything, traded on d4, tossed in the move g6, and forced drawn rook endings. By the way, we have a move, and a strange-looking one, move at that. Is it right? Rook d6?
No, that's my analysis board.
That's
Queen e4 has been played. Let's switch the live board from Vincent's game to Fabi's game.
Let me just do that.
I was trying to figure out, and there are things happening on my screen which confuse me constantly, and I'm always in the process of trying to get
figuring them out.
Yeah, get them to make sense to me. And the current thing that was confusing me was bishop b7 in this position appears to be stronger than c5, even though they seem to be the same move.
Right.
sort of, right?
Right.
And the difference is, if you play c5, you will no longer have time to make that strange move rook d6, d7. And if you play bishop b7 and white does some kind of a passing move here, you actually want to play rook d6, d7 and play c6, c5 without allowing the queen trade. And if you achieve that, you might even be slightly better. So bishop b7 is weirdly a more ambitious try for black. c5, I think, probably equalizes, although white could try g5, g6 in response, and black still maybe has to play a little bit carefully. But bishop b7 is more interesting.
Thank you, Peter. Fabi was a bit of a late bloomer in this tournament. He got off to a slow start. Let's take a look at his line score.
A very solid start with 3 draws, then 1 win, 2 more draws, another win, and then a draw. Very solid.
Well, it was that win in Game 7 in
Against
particular,
Alireza, right?
because it didn't seem like he kind of was cruising his way out of the tournament with all of these draws. But that second win, wow, that just really...
But that was against Prague.
Against Prague.
And actually,
that was what...
This is sort of the correct line score, but in a way it's slightly misleading.
Because it was
because
four
he made
draws.
4 draws in a row and then
he
won that
played-
game on the rest day.
Yeah,
Postponed game, yes.
He won the postponed game, yeah. And after queen e4. So essentially you're telling us that bishop b7 is the more ambitious move than c5.
Although, I mean, they normally do come out to exactly the same, but
Yeah.
the bishop b7 appears to be maybe slightly more precise. Yeah.
But if I just threw this position at you for the first time and I said, guess the opening, it's that thread of the pawn on c6 and the bishop on a6 that might mislead you to thinking
Scotch.
it was a scotch.
Definitely.
That it might have
The
come from
the
a
pawn on
scotch.
e6 kind of gives the game away a little bit. Scotch.
What gives
The
it
pawn
away?
on
on
e6
e6
would
Pawn on
not have
e6.
been there in a
That
scotch.
is a good point. There is no e6 in a scotch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good point.
And Peter, update us in Wesley's game, that endgame.
This is what I wanted to talk about, and then I thought this just loses in one move, but it doesn't. I thought this is what Wesley was planning, and this is quite a striking way to make an immediate draw, because let's switch to that for a sec. 2 moves ago, after f2, I thought f2, f4 was just a draw for, and in fact it sort of is. But Wesley's reaction kind of shocked me, because why would you unsymmetrize the structure on the queen side? And I thought he might be intending b5. And then I thought, hang on a second, doesn't this lose to bishop takes e6 and a5 and the pawn gets to a7? But apparently even this is still, the structure is so locked in that even this is a very comfortable draw
So
for
white
black.
king can get in anywhere.
You can't get in, no.
c5 is not available.
Yeah, you're not getting there. I will put the bishop on f6 so that you can't get to d4. And then if you, let's
go
show
bishop
this. Yeah, bishop
d4.
c5, let's say bishop d8, king d3, bishop f6. If you play bishop d4, I attack the pawn on b4. And actually, if you play something like bishop c3, you've now lost to king b8, king a7, king takes a6.
Wow.
So time to be careful and play king c3, and then black will shuffle king c7, king c8. So yeah, Wesley, he clearly intended that, and then he took some time double, triple, quadruple checking, because it
Make
does
sure.
feel a bit alarming to give white this passer on a6, but it's very safe.
I remember Anatoly Karpov here in St. Louis did the same thing to me. He gave me this protected passer in a bishop ending, and it just came as a cold shower. And he had a fortress. I thought I was completely winning and everything.
And of course, the more
disappointing, right?
Victory speeches
yeah,
were being crafted.
Both of these players need a win today in order to have a chance for the playoffs.
Exactly.
Doesn't look like it's going to happen, which
Not
is good news
happening,
for
no.
Vincent again.
Exactly.
and of course, the more surface level, just to finish with this analysis, is that if you take on b5 twice, black has bishop d6. And because you cannot play bishop d2, you lose the b4 pawn straight away.
knight d4 check.
Yeah, because bishop d2 is not great because of the fork. And yeah, very nicely done by Wesley. Although I want to say the fact that Sindarov played, my apologies,
Bless you.
f2, f4 in this position is, I think, very much an indication that he is already not a believer in the victory in this game.
I wanted to say, you're a very handsome man.
Inside joke.
Inside joke from the Seinfeld show. Anna cough.
Well, it's you're so good looking.
There
Close
you go.
enough, yes.
So b7, b5, and again, just as Peter is saying, both players desperate for a win. In chess, whenever you need a win to make a grandmaster norm, and your opponent needs a win to make a grandmaster norm,
Always a draw.
the draw is almost a guaranteed result.
Yeah.
It's so bad, it's so hurtful in chess. You can't make that grandmaster norm when you really need it.
This is not comparable, but Fabio was in similar situation in Toronto.
Yes, and
last round.
the candidates in the last round.
Fabi and Nepo.
Yeah.
And there definitely was a little bit of a meeting of the minds there because they both played as messy an opening as possible.
brutal
They were
as
both
possible.
Very, very happy to have something which is not immediately done after the opening.
Right. Yeah. Talk about a kind of a shocking state of affairs at the very end of that round. And as we know, Gukash won, became challenger, went on to become the world chess champion.
And the man you're looking at right now will be challenging him later this year.
Yeah, the youngest
World Championship match
champ ever.
But
Gukash
I
is
think it can be broken, the record. Eventually it will be broken, right?
just as Bobby Fischer's unbreakable record.
Javokhir is only 20 years old. Current ERS rating 2766. He's in the live ratings world number 5. And this year, he won the candidates, became the World Championship challenger.
And he is actually half an ELO point away from being world number 4.
Who's in 4th, if you know?
Nordebek.
Nordebek, his countryman.
Which was the most amazing thing when the Uzbek players really were flowering, coming to the foreground. Nordebek was, he was overwhelmingly Uzbekistan's number 1. I didn't even know how deep a bench.
It's funny that
they
you are
had.
the World Championship challenger, but you're not even number 1 in your country.
Exactly.
Because Nordebek slightly higher.
Right, exactly so.
But they played the Olympiad together, right?
Yes.
And won together.
And
Absolutely.
Yakuboyev is almost 2,700 as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Amazing team
Wow.
Uzbekistan has right now.
Youth is on their side. B7, B5, and you just kind of broke it down for it. For us, bishop takes E6, A4, A5. It looks incredibly good for Sindarov, but Wesley calculated very deeply that his king will patrol this pawn, and at the same time, White's king cannot break through on the king side, and when it tries to break through in the center, there will be a bishop on F6, keeping it out, and White's king, can't break into Black's camp. So it's not enough that you're a piece up. You've got a free king. The Black's king is tied down to the defense of the A pawn. It's that White's king can't break through.
We're going to get a demonstration of this because Nordebek did take on A6.
He did.
Yeah, Nordebek.
Nordebek. Sindarov.
Javokhir, yeah.
Yeah.
They have 2 Nordebeks and 1 Javokhir.
That's
So
true.
And
Nordebek, I
A5.
think, is currently maybe the strongest chess name.
Because there's 2 of them, right?
Yeah.
Over 2,700.
That's I don't know how to do proper research on this, but definitely in contention. Yeah, we have one at 2780 and one at 2690. So
It has to be. Most top chess players have very unique names. So yeah, they're one of a kind.
Not a lot of
names.
Johns in the
Yeah.
in the racing list
Davids
somehow.
and all these common names.
I was very proud of Yasser. I didn't expect that there would be another very strong grandmaster with the same name, and there is. Sindarov's last move, bishop e3, is kind of a prelude. He wants to play king e3 to d4 and bring his king into a winning position. But Peter had pointed out that the move bishop d8 followed by bishop f6 is going to trip Sindarov up. White won't be able to cross into Black's territory. No invasion.
No, this is a cool way Wesley figured out how to draw.
Impressive.
Impressive, yes.
Yeah.
It was not forced, but
No.
he didn't want to suffer for any longer than he had to.
Well, that whole business that Peter was talking about too is actually how do you arrange your kingside pawns? Do you play h6 and
Right, or h5, g6.
or g6? And then Peter was talking about, and do you want to play f5? Do you want to just, rule out g4? I don't think it's too much to say that Wesley had such a fortress in mind. I mean, from afar, he had already planned to close the kingside structure, and well, with b5, he closed the queenside as well.
Should we go back to the leaders? And
Yeah,
see
I want to
what's
say
going on,
in the game of
Vincent?
Vincent, a lot of moves have been played. When we left it, a3, a4 was the last move, and just as you suggested, Peter, develop the rook, put your rook on h5, hope for the best. f2, f4, anticipating the rook lift, which occurred, and then came e4, e5 right away.
Yeah, rook c5 is actually a mistake. The engine was suggesting that you need to take this moment to try and play b7, b5, even though I understand why Jorden did not want to give white the passer on the a file, but there's clear daylight between rook c5 and b5 in terms of an evaluation.
And rook c5 was properly met by e5?
Yeah, e5 is strong, and now white is back to being completely winning.
Strictly from the perspective that white's play of playing rook to b1 to b6 and pressing.
Even rook b1, queen f3 in some cases, and just attack the pawn on b7.
Queen f3.
Yeah. Let's say if you play rook a5 here, which maybe Jorden thought would be an interesting option. Queen f3 is very, very strong in response. Because we're hinting at rook b1, and we're also, I think, preparing to meet rook a4 with takes, takes, and f5, starting an immediate attack on the king side. There are still some details that need to be managed for white, but yeah, this looks like it should be winning.
Yeah, and the opening message there by Cristian, he was saying Fabi's pressure would somebody crack under the pressure, and at the end he also said pleasure. With the pleasure, I'm seeing rook b1 and queen g2, and there's a pleasurable attack on the b7 pawn that will likely win the game.
I like that white's not feeling any. The king is open, and we have a weak king. It's not at all visible or
right. You can't
exploitable.
Exactly, it's not weak if you can't exploit it. And move e5 just stopped rook h5, rook h3 business.
By the way, Fabi's game might not be as level as, I mean, it's still zeros, but it's the kind of zeros which maybe could liven up.
Tell us how.
After bishop b7, let's switch to Fabi's game for a
Just
second.
before we leave the Vincent game, what move number are they on? Because it is 23 minutes, 51 minutes Jorden, so 2-to-1 time advantage. But how many moves before the time trouble?
Early 20s.
Early?
27.
Oh, no, not early 20s anymore. Yeah.
Okay.
Late 20s.
And again, Vincent has easy, happy moves to play. Rook b1, queen f3, or queen g2. And we're switching to MVL and Fabi. He did play the g6.
He played bishop b7. MVL played g6, which is an interesting choice, but it also makes the position less balanced because this pawn could potentially become a target. And also, interestingly, Fabi instantly plays f7, f6, seemingly giving up a pawn with check.
Right.
But if you take on d4 and take on e6, you genuinely are at least a little bit worse after king c7. Black is better here.
Really?
Yeah. Better. Only move bishop f3. Everything else is significantly worse for white.
But that looks fine. You're defending.
And then we play bishop c8, and the bishop starts coming out, and the dark squares are very, very vulnerable in the white camp. h3 is also potentially a weakness in all kinds of bishop endings, weirdly.
Wow.
This is not easy for white to play. I'm also kind of shocked by this, but you know, I have to trust my engine here.
Yeah.
Queen f7 check, rook a to d7, and only move queen e8, everything else loses. Let's say queen c5 here. And you start seeing the outline of how this might go bad for white, right?
Mm-hmm.
The king on c1 is surprisingly maybe less safe than the one on c7. Only move bishop g4, otherwise you lose. And now after rook d8, only move queen e2. Yeah, black is completely risk-free, and white still needs to make some good decisions. You really should not be giving up the b2 bishop. The right way to play is to go rook h2 e1. But what I meant by the inclusion of g6 f6, now let's say after knight f5, if you imagine something like, let's say you play bishop f3, black plays c5, and everything gets traded on b7. This still gives me zeros on my screen after rook d6, rook d6. But you can imagine, like, if the rooks kind of come off the board somehow and black collects on g6,
yeah,
the game ends.
Yeah.
White pawns are so weak
Yeah.
on the king side.
Right.
Still somehow completely equal, because white has some counterplay on the queen side, and black takes a long time to organize those 97 plans. But yeah, I mean, it's a sharp endgame, potentially.
Wow.
That's definitely what we hope for, right?
And I've been told that Wesley is about to draw. Let's just see the handshake as it might occur, because Wesley did do everything that you prescribed, Peter. He played bishop to d8, and he's putting his bishop, he's just stopping. I think we've actually even had a repetition.
Yeah, they're repeating now with bishop d8 and king d4.
And I like Wesley's kind of to the arbiters, like, okay, you can come over now.
Yeah, we're ready for you.
Come hither.
We're ready.
And that's a draw.
Two great competitors and for Sindarov, you just got to say congratulations, because seriously, he was having a difficult tournament. I mean, he had this great candidates. He was struggling at -1. He almost pulled off a hat trick.
Almost, and he finished with +1, but imagine he could have been tied for first if he won today.
Remarkable. And Wesley, tough guy to beat. Once we saw this Berlin ending, we kind of saw the handwriting on the wall. Wesley just doesn't lose these endings. So
yeah,
a draw
as
there.
I saw that, I was like, of all players, Wesley's not going to lose this endgame.
And when we were talking about the number of victories, and I had suggested 11, did you go for the 13 or the 12? 'Cause
13.
yeah, well, we're not going to get the 13, I don't think. But
I don't think so. Well,
we might get
if both Vincent and Fabio win, then yes. It
Wow.
will be exactly 13.
then it will be playoff time. Okay, I'm going to bring back the game of Vincent, because again, we think that Vincent has done everything just picture perfect. He has got a backward pawn, or pardon me, Jordan's got a backward pawn on the b7 square, and obviously Vincent is ready to bring his rook to the b file, press against it, rook f1 to b1, queen f3 or queen g2, and if Jorden, who's down material, has to go on the defensive, that's really sad. The only way I could imagine making some pressure, h6 and g5.
You want to break up the pawn chain?
I desperately...
You have to raid.
Yeah.
So that your bishop can come back to life.
Exactly. At least try to bring my bishop back in the game. Obviously, if I was black and I could get the bishop to e3, I would be super happy. But the only way I'm doing that is by including g5. The only way I'm doing that is by getting an h6. Don't imagine that queen e7 and g5 by itself could do the trick. No. So I'm playing h6 and g5 and hoping for the very best.
Living on a prayer, right?
Yeah, exactly. You
can see the accuracy for black, because Jorden basically blundered with that queen a5 move, has dropped to below 92%.
Right.
I'm surprised Vincent's is not higher.
Well, queen a5 was bad, but maybe the thing that got him going in the wrong direction itself was knight e5 and knight h5. Yes. Those two, queen a5 can happen, but yeah, it was like knight e5. And I think we're coming up to our first break.
Second break?
Second break. Was it already second break? Oh my gosh.
Time flies, yes.
I was so into the games, I hadn't realized.
Yeah, we only have 2 games left, but these are the games of the leaders. So, Yasser, let's take a break. We'll be joined by Ben Underwood. Enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your continued break coverage of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. My name is Ben Underwood, statistician at the St. Louis Chess Club. We're going to be hanging out, talking about some of the statistics around these players. We're going to be covering blunders and brilliance, everything in between, so don't go anywhere. We're going to get it started right now. But before we do anything, as usual, we're going to get it started off with a puzzle. This comes from 2025 in Croatia. It's about to happen. We're coming back for 2026. Let's take a look at this game between Caruana and Gukesh. Black to move and win in this position. A little bit of an easier one, but go ahead and take 3 seconds to try to solve this one, and we're going to come back at the end of the break and solve it together. So we are handing out prize money on the Grand Chess Tour. Now, a maximum, I believe, of 13 wins can be reached. This will put the prize fund between $9,500 and $10,500 per win. Still a ton to play for, even in all of these games in the last round of this tournament. And can anyone catch these past winners, specifically Mamedyarov in 2021 with his incredible performance rating of 2865? And I'm here to tell you that the answer is no. Unfortunately, if Vincent ends with 6 out of 9, it will only be 5 out of 8, as that game against Firouzja is not going to count towards his performance rating, so he can't catch it there. If Caruana is able to do 6 out of 9 today, he will miss this performance rating by only a point at 2864, given the average ratings of his opponents in this one. And they're competing for GCT points, specifically a spot in the finals. So we're setting a little bit of an upward trend here for the points to 4th place, 28 in 2022, 30 in 2025. I'm going to estimate that to be comfortably in 4th place, you're going to need a final points at around, I'm going to say 28. So let's take a look at the standings right now and see which of these players is close to it. Well, Fabiano and Vincent Keymer are both still able to get a 13-point final in this one. So Caruana got 10 points in Poland. I'm going to say that his minimum points that he gets in this one is 7.5. For the rest of the tournament, he'll have to average around a 5th or 6th place final placing in his last 2. I'm going to say this is not a problem for him. We are probably going to see Fabiano in the finals. We don't know too much about Keymer yet. This is still his first event on the tour, but Sindarov had a struggling performance in Poland, only earning 3 points. I suspect that he'll get around between 5 to 7 points in this tournament, and he's going to have to average around a 3rd place final placing if he wants a decent shot in the finals in this tournament. And last player I want to highlight is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Last 7 Grand Chess Tours, Maxime has finished on the podium, top 3. However, that streak is in real jeopardy here in 2026. He finished with 3 points in Poland, now only going to finish with between, I'm going to say, around 5 and 6 points here in Romania. He is going to have to finish maybe 2nd or 1st average placing in his next 2 tournaments if he wants a real shot at the finals. But here's the thing. He absolutely can do it. In 2021, he finished his first 2 tournaments with a combined 9 points, went on to win both of those tournaments, and just got 2nd place by 1.5 points behind Wesley. So he can definitely bounce back. We've seen it before, and it'll be interesting to watch in the next few tournaments. Every point matters. Taking a look at this graph right here, this is the difference between 4th and 5th place. We had a couple outliers, 2021, 2024, but all but 2 have been decided by a point or less. Specifically, in half the years, a fraction of a point. For each game, these players have to be fighting. Each game matters on the Grand Chess Tour, each tournament, all of those tournament points. Here's an update to our blunders in Romania. We have 71 total tournament blunders. After round 6, I believe we were at 38. So just in 2 rounds, we've almost doubled that. We had some significant ones in round 8 as well. Giri on move 39 with a 50% drop in expected score, and Van Foreest on move 47 with a 50% drop in expected score as well. But we can't just talk about the blunders from last round. Let's look at the full average blunders per game across this entire tournament. We have Prague and Firouzja, 3.62, 3.2. This is no shock. They like to play very fighting chess. But one thing that has shocked me are these players at the bottom. Van Foreest at 0.57, Caruana 0.5, and Keymer at only 0.14. Usually on the Grand Chess Tour, we see some top tournament placers with high blunders, just showing that they're playing very fighting chess. However, accuracy has been the real killer here in Romania. They are doing amazing here with playing very accurate chess, very low blunders, and it's exciting to see what they'll do in round 9. Let's take a look at the brilliancies now. So brilliancies in 2026 through round 8 is up to 12. We had 14 in 2025, 13 in 2024. But our 2026 brilliancies are being carried by Van Foreest in round 3 versus Deac. He had 5 just himself. And let's take a look at my favorite one. This bishop to A2 move. Now, what is the idea? Let's draw it out together. You cannot take with the rook here because of a queen C3 check. So that will be a mate in 3, however. So you take with the king right there, but after the rook takes back on A2, the bishop must take back on, bishop must take back, and you're gonna lose that queen for free. Just a brilliant, pretty move from Van Foreest in that position. Here is the percent of best moves found in the middle game. We have Deac at the top at 72.8, Sindarov at 72.6. This is a little bit different from him. Usually we see Sindarov a little bit lower. However, he's been playing very accurate chess and playing very well in these last few rounds. So Vachier-Lagrave near the bottom. Usually they're a little bit higher on the Grand Chess Tour, but nothing too out of the ordinary for them. We have one tournament left to play in Europe, but before we head back to the US, so let's take a look which players perform better in Europe versus US on the Grand Chess Tour. Now, this is only the classical games, but we can see Anish Giri here at 80 points better of a tournament performance rating when he plays in Europe. So at 45.4, Firouzja 23.5, all better in Europe, and only MVL and Caruana are better in those classical events when we head back to the US. Let's take a look back at the puzzle, a little bit of an easier one. Go ahead and take 3 more seconds to solve this one. And the winning move is queen to G7. You're gonna check the king. Only available spot to move to is king to F1. And after the rook checks on H1, you're going to lose the queen. After this move, Fabiano had to resign. Now, we have a little bit more time, so let's take a look into Croatia and a few of the players who are my favorites to do very well. Now, these might not be the pre-tournament favorites with an absolute blitz powerhouse like Firouzja, but I think that they'll do very well. This is the 24-month blitz rating progression of Van Foreest and Abdusatorov. So we see Abdusatorov continually getting better and better in his blitz rating, up above 2760, very close to being the top-rated blitz player, and Van Foreest also in a very upward trajectory into Croatia. I expect both of them to win a lot of games and do very well in those final standings. So without anything else to talk about, we're going to head back to Romania, where Yasser, Nazi, and Peter have continued coverage of the final moves in this event on the Grand Chess Tour.
And we're back. Thank you so much, Ben. You know, we have a breaking news, so we have to jump into this game.
Exactly.
MVL and Fabi MVL just blundered, and Fabi has a chance to win this game.
Win is strong, but is it that?
It is -2.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's do it.
It's this move C5 here, which is the move you calculate, but let's show the line why it's so winning.
Okay,
It's
C5.
not just trading the bishops.
We were talking about preparing C5 with rook D7, but Fabi made a very sneaky decision to go king C7. And the point is, queen takes B7 is still a check. Bishop takes B7, on the other hand,
is
no longer a check, which will become relevant in a moment.
So let's show the line where queen takes on B7.
C5, so we're attacking the queen, and obviously what Peter's saying is about to be relevant. We don't immediately recapture the bishop. It's our turn, and we can move the knight.
Look at that.
Knight E2 check. capturing on e2, we'll capture on d1 with a check, and then we'll take the bishop on b7, will be an exchange up. If white's king is forced to move, well, at the end of this line, there's a bishop that is hanging on c3. So now we get the nice choice between which bishop we'd like to take. Well, let's take this one. And this is the ending that's going to give us +2 advantage.
White pawns are so bad.
This is even more than +2. The way to go to +2 is to take on b7 and introduce bishop takes a5 check.
In between check, before taking on b7, right here.
You have to play bishop a5 check, which
but
I
then
have not seen.
after queen b6, you're just positionally busted.
Yeah, we have a dominant knight on d4, don't we? Queen b6.
And then probably a takes b6, and white's position is full of holes. f4 is weak, g6 is weak.
I'm not disagreeing at all. I love it just occurred to me that, you know what, I might even like to go a5, a4 on a good day.
That's
this
also
is
pretty
just
strong,
a very good knight. This is a very poor bishop. Oh my goodness. What an opportunity, and it was based on the blunder, bishop c3. What should MVL have played instead of?
His choices were already not that simple. Best appears to be a somewhat strange-looking move, bishop g2, f3. I guess just preparing for covering some squares. I don't quite know how to explain it. We're not really threatening bishop g4. We don't really want to put it on e2. Maybe with the bishop on f3, now maybe we want to take on d4 and take on e6. Maybe that starts looking better. And this is zeros on my screen. After bishop f3, you can play queen a5, for instance, attacking the rook on e1. It looks like we're dropping a piece, but we're not because e1 is hanging. But that still ends up being equal if white just takes on d4 with everything.
Right.
Instead of bishop f3, white could also play queen e3 or bishop a1. Nobody plays bishop a1. So basically, white had two good moves in this position. Bishop f3 is playable, and a somewhat strange-looking move, queen e4, e3 is playable. Everything else already gives black an advantage. So king c7 was a very clever choice by Fabi. And yeah, bishop c3, he hasn't played c5 yet. I guess he is trying to figure out if there is some kind of a trap he is missing, but he is not. c5, you no longer have any choice whatsoever. You can't not take on b7. And then after queen takes b7, as Yasser showed, I checked for a moment if maybe white could go into this endgame because, you know, g7 is quote-unquote weak after rook takes e6. But rook g1 just wins on the spot. We give up the pawn on g7 and then basically give mate on the other side.
Exactly.
h3 is falling, and then not only is h3 falling, but we're also giving line mate on the back rank, which is good enough.
Yeah.
So you end up having, I guess, as mentioned, you end up having to play this endgame, where I think maybe the simplest is just to start rounding up the g6 pawn, either knight f5, e7, or in some positions maybe even rook h8, h6. And with the inclusion of f6, f5, white will just struggle to keep that pawn on g6 alive.
Well, that knight, again, the knight on d4 is such an omnipresent beast. It just dominates.
This is very, very bad for white.
So, Peter, do you think it was an exaggeration when I said Fabi has a chance to win, or do you think I exaggerated his advantage, or no? I said Fabi's close to winning.
I think it's completely correct.
It is, right?
Oh, I thought you were maybe being sarcastic at something
I
said.
No. I was questioning.
I
was questioning. I thought, well, bishop c3 is a bad move at knight e2. I just didn't realize that at the end of the day, you just have this completely winning ending.
Right.
Yeah.
So
good night.
both Vincent and Fabi are completely winning right now.
Yeah.
And
when we talked about tiebreak scenarios before the start of the round, I thought we meant +2, but there will be a tiebreak on +3 now potentially.
Impressive.
And here we have the what ifs.
This was the what ifs coming in today. If Fabi or Vincent won their games and the other didn't, they would win the tournament right away. But it looks like both Fabi and Vincent are winning, and then they'll play the playoff.
What if both Fabi and Vincent win and they both get to +3? Then it will be a two-player playoff.
Two-player playoff. They'll play a rapid match.
First, before they get to an Armageddon.
Yes, I think they skip blitz altogether. It's just rapid, and then if that's a draw, an Armageddon.
I remember this game 8. Game in 8 minutes and 3 seconds. Somebody came up with this I mean, it was like this
I remember in
Frankenstein.
Warsaw we had that.
Yeah, it was this
players.
Frankenstein tie break.
Yeah, I think they were messing with us on purpose when they were doing that.
Yeah, the rules committee. Bishop c3, we're looking at a huge opportunity here for Fabi. He's got a 2-to-1 time edge, and there's no question that he's been looking at c6, c5. He's just wondering if this knight e2 is going to lead. Because that line that Peter was just showing where you were in exchange up, you do want to double check and make sure that you're winning, but you are with that rook g1 line that Peter showed.
Should we check how Vincent is doing while Fabi takes his time?
Because I think actually Vincent has improved his situation even more. When I left it, it was right here, and I was thinking that Jordan's only chance had to break up this team. This team is essentially killing the bishop, it's killing the rook. So I was playing for h6, g5. Jorden went for queen f5, which I didn't quite fathom. After king h3, white is threatening to trade queens, and that's an absolutely easy ending to cinch. So as a result, Jorden went back with the queen, rook b1, queen
I like
h3.
queen h3, by the way, kicking the queen away from, I think, objectively the best square. We are not going to keep our queen on h3 for much longer. It probably goes to f3, but we are, for the time being, just improving the position by bringing the black queen to a poor square. Queen c7 chosen, and now queen f3 seems very logical.
Queen f3, rook b...
With ideas of rook b1, yeah.
Queen f3 immediately. Well, again, I think Jordan's whole sole hope has to lie with g5. So should we take a precaution against g5, Peter?
I think we invite this.
Oh,
I think
you want
we
to
will be the
invite
side
it.
giving mate eventually on the king side if that happens.
So imagining queen f3 then? So I will use your board. Queen f3, g5. Again, I'm desperate.
Sure. We can throw in rook b1, b6. Sorry, not b5, of course, b6. And the engine goes, for instance, it's not the only thing, but for instance, e6, f6, queen e4, and switches to attacking on the king side.
e6. Wow.
Not the only. My choice, I thought, like, if this were my position, I thought rook b1, g takes f4, and now queen a8 check is very strong. But even, let's say, if I go queen takes f4, I think even this is, I think, very comfortably winning for white. Because if you take with the rook, your attack is gone. And yes, I had to give up another pawn, but your king is now completely open. And I think queen and rook just beats queen and bishop in those positions.
Yep.
And if you take with the bishop, I think you will eventually get mated after something like queen g5 check, and then rook to e4. And as I said, I think white will be attacking on the king side, not black.
Well, but
Funny how that works.
I don't mean to disagree, but I think you have to do this. Your endgame is lost, so you might as well get a middle game where white has no king
pawns on the
shelter.
king, yeah.
You know,
I think it's possible this will just happen because, yeah, I don't think Jorden is the kind of a player who will just wait for the inevitable here.
Right.
But I think it kind of hastens your end, regrettably.
yeah, I don't disagree with that. I just don't. I have nothing else to offer Jordan's. Because anything that allows just rook b1, rook takes b7 is resigns.
It's very difficult just to continue shuffling here and wait for white to improve enough so that your position collapses, which might actually offer the best chances of survival, just waiting for a mistake somewhere instead of proactively trying to create some counterplay. Because, yeah, counterplay is probably a version of self-harm here from white. But,
yeah, anything you try, you will weaken your position even more. So, does black just stand then, like rook bishop f8, b6, and I'm just standing, waiting?
Rook b1, I'm going for g5. I think Peter was suggesting
queen f3 already
is
on the board.
Starter.
Yeah, Vincent
was
played
it?
that already.
Why doesn't it update?
You have to switch to the game tab.
Fabi's
instead
still
of
thinking.
Event.
Okay, I'll
And
keep
now
it.
it should stay.
I'll keep it on live, so I'm not moving my board. And
I do think it's hard to play in such positions with black because you don't want to just sit and wait to lose. So you play moves like
G5.
Yeah.
And or F6, anything that just changes the structure so that the bishop on G7 has a life.
But how do you explain Jorden blundering yesterday in a completely fine position and in a way blundering today as well? It wasn't blundering a piece today, but he blundered his position really.
You know, okay, obviously he's been playing at the highest levels for some time, but he's really now just playing like every game is against a world-class player. And I think you're just not used to that until you get to the Grand Chess Tour, where every time you play a world-class player, sometimes you just run out of energy. You heard Peter Leko talking about the challenges and travails that Vincent had, and how Vincent spent 6 hours preparing for a match against Alireza that never occurred. And sometimes you just burn yourself out. And I think you get tired, and when you're getting tired and your blunders come so easily
Absolutely.
in those moments.
And I think that's one thing that audience doesn't see is that we see how long these players play and how much energy they spend on the game, but we don't see how much time they spend on the preparation. Which is usually way more than what they spend during the game.
Well, even Peter is saying, you know, I was
I fell asleep
exhausting
during the
myself.
game, yeah.
You know, just in the preparation. I'll take care of everything else. You take care of the main stuff. I'll just double check, you know, the untrodden path, the less
Peter,
expected.
and yourself, when you played on this level constantly, was your prep more tiring than the games themselves?
I, at some point, made a conscious decision. I mean, I was never... the good thing for Vincent here is that he has somebody who, like Peter Leko, who is an elite player, has been an elite player for decades, and is now a committed, basically one-pupil coach. Yeah, he's working, I think, exclusively with Vincent. For me, I never really had a support system like this. I had some seconds over the years, but for very short periods of time, so I was kind of on my own. But also, even I think with seconds, I personally, it's the description Peter gave of what they did in this tournament, honestly, was very striking to me, because I just would not have been doing this even if I had the chance. Because for me, I felt if I work for 6 hours on a rest day, I'm going to be extremely dead on, like, I feel, especially on a rest day, if I can delegate, if I can send some files to people and ask them to check those files, that's fine. But it sounded like he told Vincent to check the entirety of the Sicilian and was checking everything else, basically. That sounded like that. If I misunderstood, I apologize. That just wouldn't occur to me. I always valued freshness and you know, something left in the tank.
Energy.
Yeah, something left in the tank over preparing for every single eventuality, because you're not going to guess anyway. At least in my experience, you very rarely will be able to guess. I guess if you cover the entirety of the chess theory, you will actually get more hits. But yeah, that was kind of unexpected. That never was my approach. No.
I see. What about you, Yasser?
Very much like Peter, I didn't have the support to be an opening theoretician. So really, I didn't have anything that in my experience, that matches what Peter had. On the contrary, though, I did work with Viktor Korchnoi and Jan Timman, and I was almost jealous of the fact that those two players really, really worked hard in their World Championship cycles, and they had a good support system. Viktor in particular, Korchnoi in particular, had Michael Steen, myself, Lev Gutman, even Leonid Shamkovich and Igor Ivanov had a role that we all played. And for me, John Donaldson and Nikolai Minev, you know, we would get together on a weekend, you know, and and move the pieces. But
But it's also now a different time because openings change
Absolutely.
every single day. You have to stay
and we
up to
didn't have the
date.
tools
Yeah.
just the chess engines themselves. By the way, Jorden did make a move that
You play bishop f8.
That-
yeah.
that-
G5.
That's
you
not,
see it doesn't update by itself.
You have to click on moves. You're on the analysis right now.
You said I had to click on games.
Games and
I,
moves. Yes.
I
There
did
we
click
go.
on
Bishop
game.
F8, yes.
You see?
There's so many little things, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, bishop f8 on the board. I will leave my board alone.
But I
will
do
not
think
play
that
with it.
Jorden is choosing more passive defense.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
an
for
indication.
now,
he wants
yeah.
to play
And,
b6 and
And now the
bishop
plan
c5.
isn't even to attack the b pawn. You do include rook b1, b6, but then it's, or you can at least. But I think the plan is to play queen e4, put some rook on the e file and play f5. I think we're honestly just playing on the king side now. And Fabi did not play c5. I was about to ask you guys, because the more he thought, the more I
played
felt
bishop
it's not
c8?
coming.
He missed the win?
I thought he was setting it up with king c7. I thought he was setting a
Okay,
trap.
that's a stunner. That is,
I'm
wow.
shocked.
That is extremely unlike him.
So both MVL and Fabi not seeing it.
Well, cases of mutual blindness are prevalent throughout chess. I mean, that occurs all the time. But in this particular case, the move king c7 was prepping c5.
Yeah, I thought he was setting that up. Yeah.
Right. Oh.
And now he's actually even
my
maybe slightly worse, shockingly. Not by
goodness.
much, but yeah.
Wow,
And I
that's
was.
very hard to
We
explain.
had enough to discuss on the other board, but with every ticking moment of him not playing c5, I was getting sort of more and more concerned because.
We're talking about Fabi's game. He missed this win. I thought maybe he was taking time to make sure all the end games were winning. But clearly that's not what's happening.
No. Now, he played bishop c8, and now white is fine in a number of ways, but the most logical one, and I guess this is what MVL was preparing, is to play rook d2, rook e d1, doubling on the g file. Now you can play rook d2. Fabi, I'm assuming, wants to play c6, c5 without trading the queens.
I think
And now
we're
we go
not
rook
on
d1.
your board yet, Peter. We're still on my...
But let's go back to Cristian to hear his thoughts.
Well, not only my thoughts, but I did find Peter around once again, and we're deep into this crucial round. And in fact, a lot of crazy things are happening. We just caught up with the action in the past 5 minutes. Everything is just wide open.
Yes, and I'm very happy that I still didn't have any chance to look at the engine, so I'm completely fresh.
Perfect.
And
In
this is
fact,
good.
I'm going to close the engine so that you don't see it, if that works better even for you.
Perfect.
Let's start with this one. Obviously, your student seems to be doing a tremendous job against Van Foreest in this one. A little bit of time left, 14 minutes against 28, so still some hurdles to pass through. But what's your reaction to this position right now?
Well, you know, as an experienced coach, I'm always very careful. I'm superstitious also, yeah. So as long as the game is in progress, you know, I'm hoping for the best, but I don't think about the result. I'm just happy that Vincent is seemingly playing a good game. And I'm very proud of him that he had this mindset, yeah, because it was not clear that already in 2 days Norway chess is coming. There would have been a lot of excuses that, okay, with white, if I draw, probably Fabi will also draw. I'm already guaranteeing first place. I can share first or whatever, and what it means for the tour standing. But I just asked Vincent about it, and he said, no, I don't think about it. I don't even know what is the prize fund. I don't know how many 2 points I'm getting. I want to play this game, and that's it. And this is what I'm happy about. And he has a good position. It looks very good, but the game is still in progress.
Absolutely. And how should we continue here as white? Maybe rook b1?
Yeah,
like
rook
what's
b1 would be kind of
probably
the
something like b6 or...
only move that I'm looking at.
Oh, it seems like the bar keeps on going up and down. So it's obvious that the position still remains quite tricky.
Of course, because if white is able to break through on the b file, yeah, then it's automatic win. But if black is able to somehow keep the b file closed, and then maybe with some rook a5 trying to get counterplay, I'm thinking about something like queen e4 and then e6 at the right moment. But that will be also the question if we will be able to open things up, because after e6, black will have f5 push. Yeah, black will never allow this fe6 kind of trade, because then
Just
black
to kind of show
yes.
Like
then Black's king would be vulnerable, yes, so Black will fly to set up this bishop e7, f5 exactly, and then you are not exactly sure, so there is still a lot of things to take into consideration.
yeah, this one is hitting up. We just had a huge moment in this game between Fabi, who was apparently winning if he would have played c5 at this moment. c5 was the critical move. He did not play it.
Yeah, but actually, let's just try to understand why not. Because when I was showed this position for a second, I was thinking that, okay, Black's move is c5, but this is what White is expecting. Yeah. This is what Black wants to do. Yeah. So probably there will be a trade on b7, and then why is Black winning this endgame? Maybe Fabi wants something more. So there should be some tactical brilliance somewhere.
Oh my goodness, I think he's 92 in this position.
Yeah, but during the game nobody tells you, and Fabi knows that he has to play for a win, and he's in his mind c5 maybe might have been connected with an endgame. This is not what I want, and that's how you can end up missing. Nobody's telling you, signaling you that there is a win here.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for the standings. It does seem like it was just simply a blind spot for both players. Bishop c3 to play this one. Obviously, 92 now becomes extremely potent, and that's exactly why you're losing after c5. So they probably had this idea of c5 for a very long time, but it was never working because the bishop was not on c3.
Yeah, and also this bishop c3 somewhere has this tactical passage of bishop a5. Also, you know, signals for Black that be careful.
Like maybe something like this even.
I mean, yeah, exactly. That somewhere some bishop a5 check. So Fabi played the move bishop c8, and what does the evaluation really change, or how?
No, now it's White that is slightly better.
Wow, but this case it's kind of very hard to understand. That then because c5 was like a safe move anyway, no? Even if we just trade.
So it says -3. I'm just looking at the eval right now. c5, okay, drops a little bit. And I guess bishop to a5.
But then, okay, even we can play queen b6 and we are super happy. Yeah, this is a technical endgame. Dream, yeah. Yes. Okay, nobody would say that this is winning, but you know that this is a dream come true for Black. By the way, this 92 check is still a problem, and the f4 pawn is very vulnerable. So I guess bishop takes b7, but bishop b7, 92 really finishes the game. That would be a total court shower. That's a total court shower.
You just have to go into this, which is game over.
Yeah, this is. Well, e6 pawn is hanging, rook e6.
And now rook to g2. Okay, things are okay. This is
that's
not
why
clear.
We don't want to play against computer, right? Because when it looks like there is some murky stuff, something to worry about, then computer.
It takes your g7
and then rook g2 check, and the king is and then maybe rook d3, rook h3, rook h1.
It could be that rook d3 might be the only way to get a winning position. So it wasn't that easy.
Yeah, not easy. And by the way, can you just show me that if not 92 check, if Black really just takes back the bishop, then was Fabi maybe afraid of bishop takes d4 and he's forced to take cd, and because of the hanging pawn on e6 and
this
cd.
Is just equal now.
Well, but maybe over the board you get a little worried. King comes to d3, the pawns are blocked, and White has this more flexible pawn majority. You can see some ghosts.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
So perhaps. In fact, he did see the whole sequence, he just didn't believe in it. And this seems to be the case.
And missed 92.
Maybe he didn't miss it. Maybe he just thought that this rook takes e6 and it was just not enough.
But I mean, rook e6 looked like White is kicking, but not like Black should be afraid of, no?
Yeah. And we do have rook to d2. I think it was played c5, rook to d1. And we basically got this similar position.
Getting the end game, yes? If White takes.
If White takes, yes. So take. King takes b7.
King takes, then there are no tricks, and bishop d4. But this one, at least the rook is not on the e file.
Can you take with the rook?
You can maybe even take with the, yes.
Can you go into this pawn endgame?
Maybe you can go into this pawn endgame, and then you push e5, then it's status quo draw.
It's just a draw, yeah.
Also the body language, I always like to look at the players, the way how Fabi is sitting there, it doesn't show that he feels like he's pushing here. Yeah, he is more or less thinking like, okay, I'm satisfied, but the body language doesn't signal that he believes that he has winning chances. And MVL is like, he is kind of more or less happy, no? With the way he looks, he's focused. We don't know if that was a one move.
If he missed it, yes. If he understood that he messed it up at that point.
Exactly. Yeah, but also incredible. I mean, how Fabi creates chances with black. Yeah, that he picks the right opening. This knight f6, knight c6. If not with this queen c7, queen b6, knight e3, then maybe it would have been the bad choice because MVL, they already had this in Sao Paulo. He was ready for the bishop b7, how maybe to ask some questions, to torture something, and then Fabi comes up with knight e3. He just knows so much, and he also feels the opponents how to unbalance. It's super impressive.
Wesley did come on the show just a few days ago, and he said that it's impossible to prepare against Fabi because he plays 20 different things and he knows them extremely well.
Yes.
So it's,
knows and feels
and
also.
feels them as well.
Yes.
That's just because of his general work ethic and the fact that he's putting so many hours on every single opening he plays. Well, Peter, I think we sort of covered this once. I will let you go and watch the games perhaps live and live those final few moments of this tournament.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Peter, thank you for joining us, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Peter, for joining us. As wow, I'm just kind of reflecting on this missed opportunity. I don't see Fabi letting his prey escape.
Yeah.
When he gets those opportunities, he's usually ready to
And I think
score.
Peter explained it perfectly that, yeah, maybe he didn't see all of those lines, but also black was not risking in any of those lines and looked like the dream.
Right. Yeah. I just saw this last move by Maxime, queen e1, and in my mind's eye, I want to play rook takes d4 and bishop a5.
Yeah, this is why we play queen e1, because, I mean, if rook takes d4 didn't exist, bishop takes g2 would be winning.
Right.
But rook takes d4 does exist here with the intention of skewering the queen on b6 with bishop a5.
Right.
So black should sidestep it. You can play king b8, you can play king c8. Both of those moves seem to be reasonably okay for black.
And then after the is MBL going to take on d4 at some point?
So do we think his time will be a problem? 13 moves to go with 9 minutes? It could become a problem, right?
Could become a bit of an issue, yeah.
I'm seeing it now, but also h4 is hanging. So if I do take on g2, on b7, sorry, and I do take on d4, and I do take on h4, I am asking a question.
Is black maybe slightly worse now?
That's what the machine says. I still think it's probably kind of equal objectively, but yeah, this is a very big turnaround. You can start imagining black being a bit worse because the bishop on c3 survived. The inclusion of g6, f6 does create a little bit of a tension on the king side. You can imagine some endgames maybe you. It's not that easy to demonstrate, but in some positions maybe the knight goes somewhere, and you have to watch out for bishop takes f6 and g7, g8 tactics. Black is still fine here, but I guess we play something like takes. You can maybe even play king b2 here, just to make sure your queen side is completely secure. And only move knight f5 apparently, but maybe not a huge shocker because h4 is hanging. And the engine says this is equal, but no, this is a dream compared to white, obviously, for white, I mean.
Right.
But yeah, and I think the conclusion has to be he just did not see knight e2 check. There is no way you don't play it if you see knight e2 check.
Exactly.
But it's not hard to see. Knight e2.
I think in your mind, and once again, I was kind of maybe fooled a little bit by him playing king c7 because I thought he saw the whole thing, and this is why he sidestepped the check.
Right.
But I think in your mind, the entirety of the trade on b7 comes prepackaged in your mind, right? You play c5, and the next diagram in your mind is everything has been captured on b7, including the white bishop. And then I think Peter was correctly pointing out that white trades on d4, goes king d2. Maybe you're not entirely sure you're drawing that endgame, and you don't like it all that much, so you prefer to avoid it. And I think that's how it happens, because if you go move by move, and if you stop at every moment and you consider all your options, like bishop takes b7, you either recapture a bishop or you look for a check. There's only really one legal check in the position, it wins on the spot. Right. So you play the whole line. But if you do it the way it often happens, in particular towards the end of the tournament, where maybe you're not that fresh, well, you play c5, and yeah, your next mental image is already
kind of on autopilot.
Yeah. You just autopilot past the point where you were winning.
I'm looking at the current position, and it wasn't clear to me why we don't take on b7 and take on h4 immediately, Peter. You played king b2.
Yeah, if you take on h4 here, once again, knight e2 check exists. Now we don't lose because we have king c2. It's a draw. King c2, knight takes c3, and this position, black will give a perpetual, basically, or win back the pawn on g6.
Gotcha.
We take on d6, black takes on d6, we take on d6, black takes, queen d4, oops, not queen d5, of course, queen d4 check,
Queen
king
d4
c2.
check.
And you can probably give a perpetual, or you can simply
Take
take on
g6.
g6 here, and this is a very level queen ending, of course.
Oh no!
As they
Not another
often
queen ending. Oh no!
As they often are.
Oh no! Oh no!
So,
I was ready
yeah,
for
but
everything but a queen ending.
now that I have control of the analysis board, just to show the thing we were talking about but not showing on screen for our viewers, this is a very pretty tactic. Fabi is not going to miss that, though, because, I mean, bishop g2 would have been winning otherwise, so you can't blunder rook takes d4. You're not playing against a novice, so...
He played king c8,
yeah, he did play
actually.
king c8, yeah.
Yes.
King c8. Now you could maybe even finesse it a little bit. The engine suggests that maybe bishop b4 is playable with the intention of improving the same positions a little bit. Although I don't quite understand what it does. We appear to be taking on b7 in some cases anyway. So it's a kind of finesse which only the engine could explain. We can begin by king b2. That also doesn't change very much. Seems like black is still fine. It's just that black was more than fine 2 moves ago.
Yeah, getting that kind of chance with black to win all of a sudden, you don't get that twice in a game, usually.
No.
Normally not, no.
Maybe we should check in with Keymer how he's doing, if he's nursing the advantage still.
Oh, very much so.
He had a very computerish way to win on the spot on the previous move. After bishop f8, he played queen e4. And after queen e4, Jorden played queen d7. And in this position, instead of going back to f3, White had a very, very interesting way to convert cleanly. He could play e5, e6, tying down the queen to the pawn on e6. Now we go rook b1. Let's say rook c6, we go a4, a5. And now with all the counterplay extinguished, we will eventually double on the b file, collect the b7 pawn.
But
and the fact that we gave up one pawn on the king side appears not to matter.
Why did we give up that pawn?
Because it cuts down on counterplay.
No
and the
queen
engine thinks it's the fastest way to win, but what he's done is not wrong either. Queen of 3 is completely fine. Jorden now played rook c6. Okay, after rook c6, I think the game probably ends pretty quickly because you can go rook fb1 now. And now b6 will be met by a5.
Right. It's counterintuitive to just give up your good pawn on e5
Yeah, it's not a move you make very lightly.
Yeah.
I mean, if that was the only breakthrough idea, sure, but it seems like you can still improve your position in many ways.
So bishop c5, a5.
And just to remind everyone of what-if situations that we have today, since it's the last round. If Fabi or Vincent win their games today and the other doesn't, they win the tournament outright.
Right.
If one Foreest wins and Fabi loses, then one Foreest wins the tournament. Seems quite unlikely given the current position. For a second there, we thought both Vincent and Fabi were going to win and we're going to see the playoffs.
At +3, yes.
At the moment, seems like Fabi missed his chance and Vincent's looking very good right now.
Very, very good indeed. I do believe.
Played rook a2, no rook b1.
It's still fine. These are all minute differences.
Is his idea f5 at some point? Double and triple on f5?
Yeah, I think he wants to win on the king side, and then having the rooks on first and second gives you more flexibility as to where they go. Maybe he wants to play f5 at some point, yeah.
See Fabi watching the game and probably stressing.
Very, very interested observer, absolutely. I'm a little bit surprised that Vincent hasn't played a4, a5 himself. I mean, if you give black an option, should Jorden play the move a5 and bishop b4?
I think with rook a2, we're now prepared to go f5, because I think the point is g5, queen takes f5, rook g6, and without the rook on the second, there's a lot of checks. Now we just go king h1, and we will play rook h2 as an interposition.
Right.
And that should be completely winning.
Okay, that makes sense, that your rook on a2 will swing over to the king side, making f4, f5 more likely.
Yeah, I like what he's chosen to. playing on the king side. He has 7 minutes for next 7 moves. Shouldn't be a big problem.
Should be fine, yeah.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised, Peter, by the move queen f3. It was sort of like Vincent had played queen e4, where I thought it was very nicely lodged, and then his very next turn was to take it back.
Yeah, I think he's also slightly mindful of the time control. He doesn't really. If it gets him to move 40 without anything changing, he will, I think, feel
be happy.
Then he definitely converts easily with time to properly look through things. And I think the fact that Jorden is not repeating in reply to queen e4 and then back to f3 is also an acknowledgement that he would like to ask some new questions before move 40 when Vincent still is on relatively low time. But it's very difficult for black to generate any kind of meaningful counterplay.
And the engine says it's +3, like completely winning, right?
Yeah.
We are.
The more time you give it, the higher it goes here. It really does start making progress.
And it's the 33rd move, rook a2 by Vincent.
Yep.
So just 7 more moves to move 40.
And given his position, he shouldn't have any problems making next 7 moves?
No, these are easy moves.
Easy, happy moves?
Easy, happy moves, yeah. And f4, f5, definitely. If I could play f5 and e6, and then f5 takes g6 after you capture on e6, that would be super happiness.
And none of us picked Vincent to win this event. Shame on us.
I'm ashamed of you guys.
We just don't expect a newcomer to
Exactly.
take the tournament.
And even Jorden as well as, again, a newcomer. We have 3, of course, Sindarov being a newcomer too, to the tour. But yeah, are the rookies really outperforming here in Bucharest? By the way, I did see that MVL had just captured the bishop
On
on
b7, yeah. Something is misfiring for Fabi because king takes b7 should have been on the board already. Queen takes b7 is just not a good move.
So we're going to leave Vincent's game for a moment, and we're going to go back to MVL and
Why is
Fabi.
king b7 not good? Is there some rook d4?
Queen b7 we take on d4. You have now to take with the pawn, and I pick up on h4 and go from there.
You're just taking with the bishop on d4?
Yeah, bishop d4, c4, queen h4.
Oh, yes, sir. Hanging pawn.
Yay.
Have it.
Let's munch. Let's do it.
Wow. So if he does queen b7, it's the same thing.
No, queen b7 is bad. King b7 is fine.
Okay, so in reverse.
Yeah. King b7, if you do the same, if you play bishop d4, black has rook takes d4, and you're not in time to take on h4 safely because the queen is much more active. And also e6 is not hanging. I think the most important difference is that queen on b6 protects the pawn on e6.
But Fabi's thinking, so he's still not sure with which piece to take on b7.
And it's 6 minutes to 14 minutes
yes.
at move 28.
Yeah.
So a lot more moves to be made.
Which could be a problem for Maxime, but I think it's easier to play this from white side.
Oh, for sure.
But the knight on d4 looks very pretty, right? So yes, you'd be thinking to take it as soon as you get a chance.
Kind of, but I understand also that king b2
Yes.
is kind of a safe little move. I have to be wary of knight f3, and that I better have a rook takes d6.
Or some check or something.
Yeah,
between move,
but king b2 capturing the knight. b3, b4.
Ooh, that's taking a big risk.
Well, because Peter was mentioning king takes b7.
Right.
And
You want to slide the rook to b2?
well, not necessarily. I was thinking king takes b7, b4 with the idea of a queen e4 check. I'm undermining the knight on d4. So
now you're playing for a win with white.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
I'm here. Just reminding my opponent that I've got ideas.
Yeah, if you give me a chance. I mean, Maxime's not fighting for the first place, but as we mentioned, beating someone like Fabian, he's fighting for Grand Store points.
And that is very, very important. The playoffs on the Grand Chess Tour are reserved for the players who have the 4 biggest Grand Chess Tour gainers, point gainers, make the playoffs. So,
so far, only Fabi can say he's having a really good tour, because Warsaw finished with Fabi and Wesley as top 2-point earners. Wesley finished on 50% here, so that's not great. Alireza had a disaster. And Javokhir and Maxime only scored 3 tour points in Warsaw. So Javokhir probably will get tied third here. So that's not bad. That's not bad. But for MVL, he would very much like the +1 result and a tie for third as well. But as for Fabi, if he ends up in a tie for first, I don't want to say he's locked in for the final 4, but he is some way there, some of the way there, with 2 very, very good results in the first 2 events.
Yeah, the 2 very good results. Bishop takes, if you don't mind using your board, Peter. Bishop takes, king takes b7. I think you were explaining that the queen on b6 should defend the pawn on e6.
King b7, and there's a bunch of decent moves for white here. Bishop takes d4 is even the immediate b4 is playable, actually. Although it doesn't really threaten very much. You can play it, but the engine is not very impressed. King b2, rook d3, king b1. A lot of moves which you can choose to make here. Black almost always, if you don't take on d4, black almost always drops the knight back to f5. Let's say king b2, knight f5. I was showing this position a moment earlier. And you get these types of endgames where if you take off the queens, the pawn on g6 probably gets lost and you probably lose with white. But there's no way to take off the queens. And actually, shockingly, just as I was saying those words, the engine showed me that you can do all this and then take on d6. This is actually one of the tactical motifs I wanted to show. Obviously, this will not be blundered. But after king takes d6, the engine goes bishop e1 and says, because h4 is also weak, white runs no risks. I'm assuming this kind of a position is still a draw, but it even gives white a very slight advantage. But yeah, this has to be a draw. And Fabi has finally taken with the king. At least he hasn't taken with the queen. I was wondering what took him.
And then quickly came king
quickly
b2.
King b2. Time to play knight f5. If you don't play knight f5, your h4 pawn is actually hanging. So I think it's very intuitively easy to understand why you have to play knight f5 here.
F5, white does have the queen e4 check. And yeah, then some trades. Yes, sir, let's check the Grand Chess Tour standings that we were just discussing.
Absolutely, and where do we stand after Warsaw?
So Fabiano Caruana is leading after the Warsaw
Keeping
event.
in mind that Hans was the wild card player. He took the first place points. Sorry, please.
Yeah, Fabi got 10 points, Wesley 8, Alireza 6, and Javokhir and MVL only 3. Vincent, Anish, Prague, and Jorden, they didn't play yet. They will be playing Rapid and Blitz in St. Louis, where the other players will be missing.
And that was what we were talking about. Alireza's, having his withdrawal means it's that his Grand Chess Tour total points are a disaster now.
He will have to win at least 2 events to catch up.
Yeah, precisely. He needs huge events here in St. Louis. And after king b2, well, 9 minutes or 10 minutes for Fabi, 6 minutes. But this is looking more and more balanced.
Did he play knight f5?
He did play knight f5, yeah.
And I was just saying that Vincent has finally made a very consequent decision, which was he's now played f4, f5.
Yeah, I think this one is nearing the end, because once we play f5 and there's no good reply, the black king side is going to fall apart pretty soon.
Yeah.
Gf5, queen takes f5, rook g6
I'm
check.
going to switch
to Vincent's game?
King f1 is very bad.
To the game of Vincent and Jorden, as when we left it, we saw the move rook a2, rook to b6 by Jorden, rook to f2, again, wanting to pressure along the b file. Okay, this is what I expected that Jorden would try, was to maybe shut down the b file with a5, and now a switch.
Now f5 lands. And
f5 lands, and
once it does, bad things will start happening to the black position.
We're ready to play rook on a2 to e2, followed by e6. anytime we get an e6 and f takes e6, we'll take on g6 very happily and blast open the f file. So Jordan's kingside looks like we're hunting for a checkmating attack now.
Yep.
To go with our material advantage, we have an
on
initiative.
current form, this should win him the tournament, because Fabi is now no longer better.
Exactly.
And this will be Vincent's first win against Jorden as well, right?
Yeah.
He has a -3 score.
Yeah.
Wow.
Also, yeah, getting that monkey off his back as well. Yeah.
It's mentally difficult to play opponents that always beat you.
Or you have a bad score against them.
In particular, because they're very recent losses, as I
Right.
mentioned. They're both like out
They're
of the three losses, 2 came this year, and they were both very painful, kind of brutal victories. The one in Paikidze was 25 moves long. Was just a blowout.
No, I can't seize the advantage. I was looking at queen takes f5, and here's her.
Right, they do have 4 draws, but it's this 3 wins by Jorden, and as Peter said, 2 of them this year, 1 of them only in 25 moves.
Wow.
Very painful. It looks like Vincent's about to get his first win. And you were saying, yes, sir?
Yeah, I was thinking about queen takes f5 and, you know, going whole hog in terms of defense. Defense, defense, takes, check, right? I know I'm lost. Don't get me wrong.
King of 3?
Or king of 3, if you like. I was going to put my bishop on b4, maybe to c3.
King e4, rook f2.
Yeah, I was going
King d5.
whole hog defense. There's a mate on f8.
It is very grim.
Oh, it's e6, right?
Oh dear.
It is very grim.
I was hoping that I'd have a.
But even if you didn't have e6 win, my king would probably go and pick up the b pawn or something.
Yeah, that one. I just have this gross idea, but no, it's a lost ending.
No fortress.
Yeah, no fortress at all. It's just a lost ending. f5 on the board, and Jordi in terrible difficulties, despite the time.
Advantage, yeah.
For Vincent, Vincent's up and away from the table.
Oh, I don't think he's going far. He's probably checking Fabi's game.
Yeah.
Looking over the. Peter, in the current position between Vincent and Jorden, does the engine offer any?
No.
Any? No.
No. The answer is just, you don't even need to finish that sentence.
It's so bad.
Yeah, you can try queen e7, but even stronger than the immediate rook a to e2 is to begin with queen g3, and then go rook a to e2, and not even giving black any queen g5 check ideas. And well, it's just completely hopeless.
One of the things I really liked about the pawns on f4 and e5 against the bishop on g7 is they were giving a barrier for the bishop. Imagine Jorden tries to poke his head out and plays bishop.
Yeah, you can go rook b2 straight away. You can throw in e6 and then go rook b2. I'm assuming e6, f6, fg6 is also winning.
E6.
The one that you liked all the
yes, I thought that this was
in all of those positions. Yeah.
Yeah.
And all of these things are very, very good.
It's a check on f7. Ugh. This is just gross. I'm not putting up any resistance here. Black is not putting up any resistance in this case.
Right,
Peter?
and Vincent only has 5 moves to go till the time control, but that's plenty of time for him, almost 5 minutes. Next couple of moves are even forcing, right?
In many cases, they will be.
Yeah.
Well, again, it's probably a lost cause, but I do think bishop h6 is, you're trying to trick your opponent somehow. You got to do something.
Do you think Vincent's feeling nervous because he knows he's this close to winning the event, or he's calm right now?
I think you're calm at the board. I think your butterflies occur before the game, and then once you're in the game, the only time I ever really become nervous is when the clock, rears its ugly head, and I was like, holy smokes, what have I been thinking about? But once you get your calculation, and once you have such a really nice position,
Risk-free position,
yeah, you kind of feel like, okay, I'm going to play e6 and I'm winning the game.
We had someone on, I think it was one of the interviewees in Romania. I think Cristian spoke to a sports person who maybe did the first move somewhere.
Right.
Who also said that the moment you walk out to the field, all your nerves kind of disappear because now it's in your control.
Right.
And finally you can stop obsessing without having any way of dealing with it. Now it's actually you doing something that
you've been trained for.
You've been training for, and you were sort of meant to do if you're permitted to use such lofty language.
Yes.
For me as well, like the hardest hours connected to the chess game are like the 4 hours before the game.
Right.
You wake up, you have breakfast, and then there's this block of free time where you're supposed to maybe prepare, or maybe give yourself some rest, and there are all these incursive thoughts about openings and how it will go and the tournament situation and so on.
Exactly.
And then you sit down, you write down your name on the score sheet, you make the first move, and it kind of goes away, almost entirely, because now you know what you're doing, or at least you hope you know what you're doing.
Right.
And I think Vincent is fine now.
Yeah, everything you just said, it's a little bit magnified when you're at an Olympiad because, again, it's these team events. And as much as you individually want to do well, you really don't want to hurt your team.
Yes.
You want to be, helping your team as much as possible. And then you have these other, as Peter described them, incursive thoughts about the competition and we need to score 3.5 out of 4 and all of that good stuff. But F4, F5 on the board, and Jorden in trouble as he's recognizing that material down, yes, but Peter's mentioning rook on A2 to E2 and E6, and it just, the attack just kind of plays itself.
Yeah.
And to try to prevent white from having such a free hand, I was trying to play bishop H6 to E3 in this exact moment, but
you probably should, but it doesn't really save the game.
No.
In particular, because there's rook B2 everywhere. Which, and he's gone G5,
FGF, Queen F5, instantly played, by the way.
Yeah. You probably throw in the check to at least get the king to go back. Rook G6 check doesn't allow me to play king F3, so I will play king F1, but yeah, those positions are also just very, very bad.
Rook G6, king F1.
Yeah.
Should we check in on the other game? Maxime's down to 3 minutes.
Sure. We will
Still 8 moves to go.
Yeah, he's doing some strange stuff, but it feels like it might not be relevant at all what he does because it's just very safe.
It's equal no matter what.
Yeah. I don't quite understand how he settled on the move Queen G1.
Does he want to play bishop F6?
Yeah, like
G7?
you have Queen F2, so why would you play Queen G1? But maybe he was thinking of bishop takes F6.
Maybe it crossed his mind.
Yeah.
He did give a check, and now if Queen C6 taking is safe.
Taking is fine, but also you can play Queen G1 back or Queen E2
G1,
or
yes.
really any square.
So if Black tries something active, the C5 pawn is hanging.
C5 is hanging, yeah. I think he's keeping an eye on the C5 pawn and also perhaps reminding Black that bishop takes F6 exists. Maybe this is why the queen is on G1, actually. That's a very good spot by you. Yeah. Yeah, this one, I think, is almost inevitably headed for a draw.
Well, I can see the chess thermometer on my border is saying absolutely stuck on
Triple
the equator,
zeros, no
triple
matter
zeros.
what.
Yeah.
Which is funny because if you just glance at the position, Black should be better.
You would
good
think,
knight, better pawn structure, should be better.
Right. You would think that, that this can...
Black also has weaknesses. That's the problem. Pawn on C5.
Right.
There's some tactical ideas. G6 pawn can be promoted with some tactics.
H4 might be a little bit weak, but C5 is the real problem. The highly desirable queen.
So let me try something really bad.
Please.
King B6.
Sorry.
You're really encouraging me to play B4,
Yes,
aren't you?
I'm trying to provoke you.
I can resist everything except
They are
temptation.
repeating. Will Fabio repeat 3 times?
Yeah, looks like they're both in agreement
Reconciled.
that this is level. And it is actually leveled, it's not.
Yeah, I think Fabio's about to call the arbiter. Vincent will also relax a little bit seeing this result.
And there we have it,
There's
a
a draw.
handshake. And I can only imagine that Fabi is going to be told almost instantly the moment he walks away from the board. You know you missed a win. He's
So
going to go what?
heartbreaking for him.
He's going to go
It's
what?
going to be painful. Because if he doesn't know, he thinks, well, it was a draw. Maxime didn't give me a chance.
It was a good game. I tried to provoke him in the opening.
Yeah, and they both got up immediately. Nobody started pointing to the c5 square or the e2 square. So I think they're both blissfully unaware so far, but they will get told. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the most painful you've ever had this particular interaction in your career?
Oh, definitely my game with Mickey Adams. We were playing in Tata Steel, and we both thought we played a really, really good game. And last position, was on the diagram, and Luke Vinance came into and Luke said, "Is that final position on your board accurate?" And I go, "Yeah. Well, you can just win with this move."
Do you think they're discussing that right now? I think Maxime maybe said, what about c5 there? See if
That looked like 92 check, yeah.
92.
That looked like 92 check.
The eyebrow,
there.
right? Yeah, the eyebrow going up. That was, I think that was a revelation there.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
And he's going to be distraught about this.
Yeah, I think Maxine is the one who is confessing
the blunder, yeah.
that, you know what? I'm ashamed to say I gave you a winning
like
opportunity. What am
Yeah,
I thinking?
looks like
said
Maxime
that.
did see it, yeah.
Yeah. And Maxine saying, what was I thinking? Oh dear.
Is it less painful or more painful when your opponent tells you had a win and you missed it?
It hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts when the journalist tells you.
It hurts no matter what.
You come home and your
For me, there's
tells
also a
you.
very definitive answer about this. I played this really exciting, difficult game against Vachier in Dos Hermanos 99. It was a horrible tournament for me, but that game, I had a novelty in the opening, which was very funny, because the moment I made that move in an open Spanish, the entire tournament came to watch, and it was clear from everybody's faces that everybody knew this existed, apart from Vachier alone, basically, in the whole tournament. And I was winning it a bunch of times, and then it was a draw, and then I was winning. And then by move 16, it's like a proper 7-hour control. 2 for 40, 1 for 20, and then 30 to the end. It's move 61. We finally made this third time control. And I have 3 passers against the knight and one pawn. One of my pawns is on a7. And I'm sitting there, and the calculations appear to be completely straightforward. There's like one line. It's obviously a draw. And I'm sitting there, and the reason I'm not offering a draw or making it on the board is I think, okay, what will happen now is that I will shake his hand, we will exit the playing hall, and we were playing in a very beautiful theater. I will exit the playing hall, and somebody will come up to me and say, this is mate in 20. So I actually spent, like, out of my 30 minutes, I spent 20 minutes looking triple and quadruple checking everything. But it's still a draw, right? But I have this very, very clear picture in my head that this is what will happen. The moment the game ends, somebody will tell me this is winning. But I don't see it because it's 7 hours. It's very tiresome, and it's a study. It's a solvable study, but it's a study.
And Vincent played this winning move e6
By the
with
way.
2 minutes on the clock, and now the game is almost over.
Pretty over, yeah. And so
switch to
eventually
Vincent's
I call Vachier to the board. I tell him draw. He shakes my hand. He was also completely sure it was a draw.
Right.
We sign score sheets, we come out, and the Argentinian Grandmaster Daniel Campora, who was doing live commentary, he runs up to me, like actually runs to me and says, mate in 25, what are you doing?
No.
Just the one thing that you were absolutely fearful of occurred.
Yeah.
Oh no. And why is this absolutely
If you take with the rook, Queen G4
This
check,
is taken with the pawn.
and yeah, FE6. But
Queen
yeah,
G4 still works. But before they finish, let's go over to Cristian, who is with Fabi.
Thank you, Nazi. Fabi, we saw you on camera discussing with Maxime. It did seem like he told you about this missed opportunity of c5. Your reaction to that? Obviously, you came into this one wanting to get the victory. It seemed like with the black pieces. What's your reaction to it right now?
Yeah, just blundered. It's a very strange blunder, of course, because it's not too difficult. I mean, 92.
It seems like a mutual blind spot for both of you.
Well, he saw it after he played bishop c3, I think.
Yeah.
I just didn't spot this move.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a very difficult tactic.
What was the strategy going into this one? Obviously, you were with the black pieces, Vincent with the white pieces against Jorden. That's, a game that can go either way. Did you specifically prepare very sharp lines with the idea to get the game and try to put pressure?
No, I was already playing this line against Wesley, so yeah, I just kept the same line, which is a bit of a surprise. Okay, it's a very sharp line, of course. I mean, I wasn't opposed to playing a sharp line, but you know, it's also a line where, of course, White has many paths to safety. So after h3, I couldn't quite remember, but yeah, I calculated this line, and I mean, the critical one was, I think, bishop a3 here. This is why I spent so much time, because at first I just didn't see how to play his position. But then, like bishop b8, queen b6, I think bishop b7, and this endgame is a draw. It's still, like, I was at first a bit worried, but I control his pawns eventually. So, yeah, then he went for this, and it felt relatively comfortable for me. Yeah, I mean, when I played bishop b7, I had to see this f6 idea. King c7, yeah, okay, it's just a game of one move, basically.
Outside of this missed opportunity, obviously the game was extremely complex. Did you at any point feel like there was any separation being built either way, either in your favor or in his?
No, I mean, after this moment, I think, yeah, it's just kind of an equal position. I mean, I thought maybe I'm the one who's to be a bit more careful here, but yeah, it's just, I can't really do anything. He can't do anything. My knight is strong, but it's that's about it. His king's very safe.
Fabi, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you in the next event.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. A big missed winning opportunity there for Fabi.
Vincent just made move 40. That's why he got up. And let's check the position. It looks like a completely winning endgame.
Over to you, Peter.
Yeah, and it's specifically winning for, I mean, there's more than one winning move, but the cleanest in the current position. I think queen g4 check is absolutely correct. Queen g6, it takes. You just play rook, sorry, not rook a2, that would be strange. You play rook b2 here.
Right.
And that collapses everything, because if you give up on b7, you might as well resign. And if you play rook b4 after takes, the simplest, I think, is to play c5 with the intention of, let's say, bishop f8 playing c6 and then a5. This will cause black a bishop.
Nice. He just played rook b2.
He just played rook b2.
I mean, he clearly meant it when he played e6. He clearly saw rook b2 existed, because otherwise the black bishop comes to e3 and maybe it becomes a little bit messy. But there's no reason to allow it at all.
Exactly.
And yeah, this position is now very, very comfortably winning for White.
Wow. I saw Vincent. He made move 40. Of course, that's a relief. And then saw Fabi's game end in a draw. And now he knows it's in his hands.
Yeah, it's always that nice feeling to have destiny in your hands, especially these moments. I've been looking at the rook b4, rook takes b4, a takes b4, c5 variation that Peter was suggesting, and I continued the line with bishop f8, but I wasn't sure that there wasn't a pawn breakthrough, c6, a5, you know, those kind of.
I found a way to increase our blood pressure here a little bit.
Oh, good.
Let me show you something on my screen. So after rook b4 takes, I thought, why not just rook f6? But then black plays b4, b3. We take on e6 with rook b6 to come.
Yes.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
Hello. We're still winning.
Oh no, we're
still winning. But yeah, I think you risk a bit of a blood pressure drop here. We take on g6 and then we allow b takes a4, but they don't go anywhere. And we collect them one by one eventually. But like, why allow it?
Wow.
There's absolutely no reason to allow it.
e5 is great.
Yeah, so...
have a heart attack.
Cold shower.
Yeah. You could actually get genuinely scared there for a second, yeah.
Wow.
I like c5, but also rook e2 here, which is stronger than rook f6, because for now, b3 will just go rook b2, right? So rook e2, and if king f7, we just go rook e5, rook b5. This also is very, very comfortably winning. There are choices. There's no single solution. Basically, pretty much everything that makes sense will win after rook b4.
Yeah, I like the rook b5 even more than I like c5. I love
that's
that.
maybe the cleanest, yeah.
Yeah, I love the idea of putting the rook on b5, taking on b7,
yeah. And of course,
a5.
Yeah, another point here is if you play bishop e3, now your bishop doesn't come to f8, and we just collect everything on the b5.
Exactly. I like that. Rook takes b4, and rook e2. I'm always looking for the cleanest solutions when I think I've got the game in the bag. And I always remember the words of Michael Tal: all you'll ever need, Yasser, is one win per game. That's all you ever need. Don't look at all the wins that win. Just one win per game.
Very simple, but very good advice.
Yeah, very good advice. You don't have to, yeah.
I'm looking at the accuracy of this game, and Vincent at 95%, pretty good, but Jorden, 88.4.
That's maybe the lowest number we've seen, yeah.
That's what I wanted to point out.
And he hasn't really played a particularly poor game. It's just that there was a really gross blunder.
But yesterday's blunder was bigger, I thought, but today's accuracy is much worse.
Yeah.
Well, 95 was like a firm step in the wrong direction. And then he just never really got off
like
a bad
the whole sequence
course.
starting from 95. Like there were many suboptimal choices. Like knight h5 f4 is not great. And then after b4 not playing b6. And then after b takes c5 playing queen a5. All of those choices were like legitimate mistakes you think you can make an argument.
But kind of a threat.
Yeah.
That they were all...
It was just going in the wrong direction.
Exactly.
You can see he's, of course, it's heartbreaking. He still had a chance for playing for first today and just losing the last 2 rounds in a row.
Oof.
You know how Vincent?
Yeah, Vincent walking with purpose there.
Yeah.
Having the time of his life.
Right.
And that win will get him above Anish.
So he'll be world
number 6, yeah.
6. Did Anish drop because of the loss to Bogdan?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Anish was
go,
not within
C5.
touching distance of Sindarov, but
by the way,
pretty close.
c5.
Immediately, he calculated it all.
Yeah, he figured it out.
One of the winning moves. Again, I thought rook e2 was a bit cleaner, but no argument
He's
here.
going with the engine's top line.
I would expect bishop f8.
Yeah.
And c6 and
C6,
a5.
a5.
c6 and a5.
Pawn doesn't promote. I mean, black has bishop c5. But
Also,
then
the
rook
king
comes
is cut
in,
off. The position is just so grim.
takes all the pawns on the queen side, yeah.
Oof.
Black has a bit of a small trick there. If we continue the line a little bit, bishop f8.
Okay, we'll switch to your board. C6.
C6, bc, a5, and if bishop c5, I mean, many things are winning here. a6, I'm sure, is winning, but the cleanest seems to be rook c2, and black can play b3 here.
Right.
But once again, we don't have to lose the game by playing rook takes c5, b2. We go rook b2, rook takes b3, and then, of course, this is not difficult to convert.
Exactly. We'll end up picking up the bishop.
Yeah, and the reason we're playing rook c2 is that if you play a7 after bishop a6 after bishop a7, we have to go from the other direction because now c6 c5 will actually support the entire structure. We're still winning after rook f6 though. There are choices on every move now.
Bishop f8 on the board. We're
How
expecting
quickly are we going to
c6.
see c6?
Even rook c2 I think is
Of course,
completely
rook
winning.
c2 is
frankly.
winning too, but c6 is winning it with style.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
He's going for it, of course. He's so confident right now.
He's
C6.
calculated. Takes a5. He's zipping right along his main line. And I like the bishop c5, rook b2 business of...
Not rook c2?
Not rook c2.
I like rook c2. Let's take the pawn c6.
No way. I'm playing rook b2. I'm not even allowing you a chance to play b3. I'm playing rook b2, a6, and then I'm taking with both hands the pawn on b4.
Yeah, I see your point.
With both hands. So...
Did you take the bishop back? Because I don't see it on c5.
No, it might have been an analysis move.
Was he...
No, he moved the bishop and then put it back on f8.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it.
Unless I imagined it.
I wasn't looking at the video for a second, so I can neither confirm nor deny.
But we may have video evidence.
But if you don't move the bishop,
Wow,
I'll probably take rook f8 and a6, really.
Yeah.
Because I'm promoting with the check.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wow. Vincent is only 21 years old.
And for Jorden, this is such a heartbreaking end to a very good tournament.
Yeah, that's
He was in tie for first yesterday, and white against
and
Sindarov.
he absolutely did not have to lose that game.
No.
We do have bishop c5, by the way, on the board now.
Yeah. I think rook c2, b3, rook b2 in here is
Yeah.
is what's going to happen.
I think so. Provoke b3 and then go rook b2 and win it.
I would go rook b2 in a heartbeat, play a6 on my next turn, and then take the pawn. We'll see what Vincent's...
In these moments, a lot of players just get impatient. You can't sit still anymore because you're so close
excited.
to finishing it. Yes,
Yeah.
the excitement takes over. To still maintain a cool composure is actually a skill. Wow, he is not in a rush. He's enjoying this position.
Well, he had played his previous move so confident in being quickly, including c6 and
Just
a5.
double and triple check in his final moves.
Right.
So,
Probably even rook e2 is winning, right?
yeah.
So not something we would play, but it
No.
just shows how winning it is.
King f3, positional.
Back of a napkin calculation, Fabi will be on 20 GCT points.
Okay.
Then there's a tie third through fourth, right? Because Jorden lost. So Javokhir and Wesley get 7.5.
But let's emphasize that if Vincent is the sole winner, he'll get the bonus.
He gets
point.
13, yeah.
That's a very nice.
And he might actually be in clear second behind Fabi with only one tournament played and a bunch of players having played two, which is quite remarkable.
By the way,
I think he actually overtakes Wesley. Your solution is on the board.
Vincent shows
Great culture.
Great culture and understanding.
Great culture, yeah.
Rook b2. And that's a resignation, and our congratulations. Wow.
Incredible performance by Vincent Keymer, winning the event
As a rookie.
as a rookie.
Wow.
Huge
Well done.
congratulations to him and his coach,
Yeah,
Grandmaster
I
Peter
think,
Leko.
I think at this moment, Peter just went to bed and said, okay, don't you dare bother me before the closing ceremony.
Can
Very,
we
very
hear the
excited.
players?
No, I missed it.
No, there's actually not that much to discuss in this game. Oh, we hear the applause from the audience.
What a way to finish the tournament. Fantastic. And by the way, was that the 12th win then of the event? Okay.
So I think during round one, I set the line at 12.5. That was, I think, a pretty decent line.
Well,
And the under ended up winning by a very, very small margin because Fabi finding c5 would have gotten us over.
To a playoff.
Yeah, to a playoff and to 13 decisive results.
So close, so close.
So very close.
Oh, the
Vincent giving
kids.
autographs.
Yeah, no, this is a fantastic feeling.
Absolutely.
Congratulations to the young man. He played a very, very good tournament.
He did indeed.
Yeah, and
I mean, 100% with white pieces. Won every single game with white.
yeah, and
Selfie.
in a way, the second half of yesterday was arguably the most impressive for me because he had that very difficult loss to Javokhir, and then he misplayed a very safe position against Fabi and found himself defending a really, really unpleasant position with no counterplay against one of the best players in the world.
And
never
he
got
held it.
flustered, never blundered anything, kept on carefully defending that unpleasant
Remained
position.
calm, yes.
Yeah.
It was so cute, so many little kids all around him.
On his way to the coronation and getting the trophy and final words from him. He's going to be here for another hour. He's not escaping the hordes.
But it's so nice to see so many fans showing up and being so excited to meet top players in the world.
Absolutely. Well done.
And probably Vincent will celebrate today and then go into focus mode again. He has another tournament in 2 days. Norway Chess.
Yeah.
Wow, the tour doesn't stop.
The traveling circus continues. Yeah, tomorrow they all travel to Norway, and they begin immediately. There's not even a day in between. Yeah, there's 1 day to travel.
Right.
And then off they go.
Yeah. I will just share a behind-the-scenes look here. As it turned out, the Cairns Cup overlapped with the new event on. Oops! But first of all,
let's congratulate again 2026 Super Chess Classic champion Vincent Keymer. He takes home $100,000 plus some bonus money.
Some very nice bonus money.
And he gets a lot of Grand Chess Tour points, which means he has a very good chance of winning the entire tour.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I was just saying that the Cairns Cup overlapped with the new event, this event in Hong Kong. So we had to move the Cairns Cup, and you look at the calendar, and it was almost impossible to place it. The only choice we had was to place it alongside the Sindarov Cup. So we were going to have those two events. Wonderful, wonderful events here in August in St. Louis.
So we're going to have the best male and female players together in St. Louis.
Precisely.
Place to be.
But again, it's because the calendar is so tight. And what you just said about Norway chess, you got one day to travel or something.
It's been seemingly completely overloaded for a number of years now, which is a challenge to manage for the top players, because I mean, on the one hand, obviously, you're extremely happy to get all these invitations.
Of course.
But then, as examples, and Peter Leko spoke eloquently about this today, and I've also watched this when I was working with Prague, where he sort of burst into the scene and got invited to everything, and it's very difficult at the age of, let's say, 18, 19, to turn down invitations to elite events. And he ended up like not being home for like a 4-month stretch or something in the summer. And it gets to you, obviously. So, but for us as viewers and lovers of chess, the amount of top-level chess you can watch basically throughout the year is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I got so used to it, and I guess we're so spoiled with good events when there's like 3 days with nothing to watch. Like, what's happening? 3 days, no chess?
But then again, online chess has blossomed as well.
Yes.
And it's like there's,
So many
I
good
think
events.
a lot of players are just playing in the online events because there's so many of them too.
It's just really nonstop.
Yeah.
On that topic, there was a very funny conversation during the candidates. One day we had Alexandra Kostyniuk in the studio, and she was, at some point, the topic somehow came up, and she started saying that Anna Muzachuk was doing quite well in the candidates, and Alexandra was saying she's also playing in these online 960 events every week, and she just played one yesterday prior to her candidates game. And it's, people seem to try to incorporate absolutely everything into the calendar, and playing something online alongside the candidates is a new one for me.
Me too.
But this is not like a Title Tuesday, even though those are also very important. This is a series of tournaments which qualify to something meaningful, and players take it seriously enough to actually spend like a rest day during the candidates to doing that.
Yeah, we see
Peter,
it all the time.
and to interrupt you, let's take a look at the graphic of the final standings, and
With
here
all
we go.
the prize money and Grand Chess Tour points. So Vincent Keymer wins the event outright and takes home 13 Grand Chess Tour points. Fabiano Caruana in clear second, taking 10 points, adding to already Warshaw's 12 points.
Exactly.
And then sharing third, it's Javokhir, Sindarov, and Wesley. So they both get 7.5 points.
$42,500.
There's a big tie for fifth. Anish, Maxime, Jorden, and Bogdan all take 4 points, but Bogdan's a wild card.
Right.
And then Alireza, because he withdrew, he gets the smallest amount of Grand Chess Tour points.
Exactly. And of course, we'll also have the bonus pool money of the $125,000, the decisive game money, if you will. And Vincent will have the most because he scored.
He gets about 31K, I guess, from that. He won 3 games, and they will all be slightly above 10K each.
Right. So that will be very nice.
Very, very nice. And I'm sure he's excited to contour you the Grand Chess Tour. We're now setting up Vincent for the closing ceremony.
I don't know if Vincent got through that horde of autograph seekers there. It looked like it was going to take him a while to
this is one of the good things about the Grand Chess Tour, that the closing ceremony and the trophy gets awarded more or less immediately after the last round ends. And
well, it's sort of like the Rex Singfield way of let's get to it. Here, give me the check and let's go.
That's what players want, right? After
Yeah,
such
exactly.
a grueling event, they
Yeah.
just want to finish and go home.
Exactly.
Although none of them are really going home.
In fact, maybe they can travel today because the closing ceremony is not moved to very, very late in the evening. Maybe some of them might even
I do
be
think
able.
they still have a dinner.
Yeah.
That's true.
Probably, yes.
Yeah, the
Also, it's not. It's 9:30 a.m. here, but it's important to remember it's probably like 5 p.m. there. So maybe traveling today is a bit optimistic.
Right.
But coming into today, we had almost 60% chance of playoffs.
Yeah, so statistically, we
It's a bit of a surprise.
Right, and again, it came down to that one moment, for those of you joining us late, that C5 by Fabi would have created a playoff, and we'd still be discussing an Armageddon.
Yeah.
And whether you
We
like
have
black
rapid
or
match,
white.
Yeah. It was funny that we caught that exact moment when Maxime told Fabi.
Yeah,
And
the
Fabi's
eyebrows,
reaction,
I was like,
it's like, oh, 92.
no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And
Yeah.
actually, it's interesting because Maxime never got up. Maxime kept on sitting at the board. And if you see 92, I think 99% of players just immediately run away from the board because you're afraid you will somehow transmit this knowledge. Something in
Right.
your face will indicate that you're not happy.
Right.
And I think that actually would have been enough for Fabi. If Fabi actually picked up some kind of a vibe from Maxime that Maxime is not entirely content, probably would have been enough for him to find 92
So
check.
Maxime's poker face was brilliant.
Yeah, I'm now
Off the chart good.
Yeah, very appreciative of his poker skills now.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Bent Larsen had something like that. He didn't want to be at the board because he was very, very fearful. There was some tell that he would give
Give it away.
So he would get up, like, play his move,
think this
write
is
it down,
incredible.
and then look around as if, like, okay.
I think this is incredibly common.
Yeah.
I genuinely think most people do that.
Yeah, exactly. As we are getting ready for our tournament award ceremony, and Vincent, wow, I have to say, I think he played a really splendid game today. I mean, even his choice with D3 and H3, I mean, he was really, paid off very well, especially after 95.
I think he knew his client there. He knew that Jorden is not likely to start shuffling within the bottom 3 ranks of his position. And,
Right.
Jorden did go for pretend activity, and pretend activity turned out to be pretend.
Yeah.
And that's also because Jorden had to play for a win today.
Yeah.
I think that was also helpful for Vincent.
Well, the crazy part was, had Jorden not played 95, had Jorden played B6, I think he would have said, hey, I chose really well because I've got a 3-result game and all the pieces are on the board. There's no reason I shouldn't be playing for a win in this one.
I think that's also fair.
But let's go over to Cristian with our winner, Vincent Keymer.
Thanks, guys. After 10 days of incredible chess twists and turns, rounds and games that challenged us and challenged the spectators and the players, of course, we finally have a victor to celebrate. I'm joined here by the Executive Deputy Director of the Grand Chess Tour, Alex Onischuk, and Mrs. Augusta Dragic, the President of the Super Foundation. Alex, I'll give you the first word.
Yeah, what a great tournament it was. Lots of fighting chess. Lots of dramatic events. I'm sure we all will remember this tournament for a long time. I would like to thank the Super Foundation for their continued support, and I'm honored. And of course, congratulations to Vincent. What a great tournament, Vincent. Yeah. And I'm honored to introduce the president of the Super Foundation, Augusta Dragic.
Thank you. Thank you. We are very honored to have the winner next to us here. And here, may I offer you the trophy. It's on the shape of the infinite column made by Brâncuș. This is just the trophy. We replicate that shape, which is a thing for dream, for hope, for strength. And you does everything this. Congratulations one more time. We are very proud to have you here.
Vincent, I need to ask you, obviously, this is a huge moment for you, the first time here as a full tour participant at the Grand Chess Tour, and you get the victory in such incredible fashion. Your feelings right now?
Yeah, I still, haven't fully gathered what has actually happened. So, of course, it's been an amazing event for me with quite a big blow in the middle, but still, overall, I am very happy with both the result and also my performance. I managed to win all my weight games. So, Yeah, but of course, you know, it's, I guess, even by far the biggest classical tournament victory ever for me. And, you know, starting like that in the Grand Chess Tour is, of course, an amazing feeling.
Tell me about that difficult moment that you just mentioned. You lost against Sindarov. You were also a little bit off tempo because you didn't play your game with the white pieces against Alireza. How did you recover from that to be able to finish this strong and actually clinch the title?
Yeah, basically the rule I set was prepare less. Basically focus on having enough mental energy and everything for the big fights that are aware, because I was sure like Fabi with white is certainly going to push, and no matter what, the last one will be very important, so it was clear that two very tough games will be ahead still.
Well, tell me about that game with Fabiano. You had to withstand a lot of pressure from him with the black pieces, and of course I want to talk about your last game victory as well, but let's start with Fabiano's game. How did you manage to withstand that pressure in the final moments of the game?
Yeah, I think it was just unpleasant for most of the game, and when you played that bishop d4 move, he gave me some chances to break out, so at least I got to trade some pieces, which made my defending task easier.
And your victory against Jorden, I was speaking with your coach as well, which was part of your support system here in Bucharest alongside your father as well. He said that he had some ideas, maybe you should play a little bit slower today, but of course, in the end, it was all your decision to go for it and try to win this one. Exert as much pressure and as much energy as you need to in order to win this one and win the title outright.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it was, I mean, you can guess that Fabi doesn't have too great chances of winning the game with black, but, you know, I'm not the kind of player that says, okay, I will make a draw and that's it. I cannot. So if that would have meant I lost the game, then so be it. But, you know, even for me, it will be a big difference whether I fight and make a draw or just try to make a draw. So I just try to approach this game as I would have any other as well. Of course, in mind that you don't need the absolute craziness, but nevertheless, I was trying to push. And I think, yeah, he was also, of course, playing for something. I mean, him having lost the game yesterday, he basically needed to win if he wants to have any say in the tournament victory. So, of course, he was also inclined to fight, and I think he must have missed something around the middle game, which gave me a big edge.
This championship and champions mindset definitely made a difference in this final game. Congratulations. Now, one final word for your supporters, your fans around the world here in Bucharest as well, and your support system as well.
Yes, so there are many people to thank. First of all, of course, organizers of Grand Chess Tour, and also this event has been done amazingly, playing conditions and everything. And then, of course, Peter, you know, he's been here. He's always there with full energy and everything. I guess quite a few sleepless nights, or at least nights with very less sleep. So, yeah, big shout out to him, of course. He always has a big part in my performance and the level that I'm able to show. Then, of course, also thank you to my father, who's been here. You know, he's been with me at tournaments for a long time, and it's always great having that support here. And, of course, also to all the fans who've been cheering me on here.
Vincent, we do have a big check for you as well, $131,000. Congratulations once again for becoming the 2026 Super Classic champion.
Thank you.
Guys, for the last time from Bucharest, Romania, good night, and we will see you in Zagreb.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you to the organizers and to Vincent. A great champion, a great start to the Grand Chess Tour.
Well-deserving champion.
Wow. Wow, on his rookie.
Let's take a look one more time at the Grand Chess Tour standings after the two events have completed.
Right.
Now it's Fabiano Caruana who's leading with 20 points. Impressive. Wesley saw in second with 15.5. And Vincent, having only played one event, has already 13 points. Absolutely incredible. Then you see a couple of players, Javokhir, Alireza, and MVL, have played two, and they have 10.5 and 7. Jorden, Anish, and Prague will have a chance to catch up since this was their first event.
Wow, and a big shout out to our production team to having all of these graphics ready. Peter, you get the final word as we say good night to.
Well, what can I say? Fantastic event. I really enjoyed casting alongside you and watching the players battle it out. Very deserved winner. I think if you had to pick a winner from the performances in the tournament, I think Vincent is pretty clearly the best player in the field. Great event for him, and as he mentioned, probably quite likely the biggest classical success of his career so far, but it's going to be a stellar career.
Yeah.
But it's so nice to watch these kids bloom, and I got to play with him a little bit, but I also have been watching him from afar for a number of years now, and to see them come into their own and to become the superstars that they are today is always incredibly enjoyable. Once again, thanks to the production team here. It's been an absolute pleasure working in the new studio, and let's do this again sometime.
Absolutely. I'd just like to get in one final word also for Peter Leko, who said the stage itself was the greatest that he had ever seen, that I had ever seen. What is Romania going to do next year to one-up what they did this year? That was very impressive.
I loved working with you both.
Merci.
Thank you to our team in St. Louis, in Romania, and thank you to our audience for joining us every day and watching the show with us.
Absolutely. Thank you all. And have a great night from St. Louis. Signing
We'll
off.
see you for the next event in Zagreb, Croatia. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.